Yes, Ms.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Today, we turn our attention back to matters that we've previously dealt with. We intend to present a witness before the Commission who will testify to an incident that has been ventilated in the Commission. Maybe a criminal incident is the proper way to describe it. You have, Commissioners, before you an application by the witness herself requesting that she be permitted to testify in partial camera. The application is not brought by the evidence leaders, it's brought by the witness herself. And this is after she had tendered a signed statement to the evidence leaders, and she considered her circumstances and asked if she could make an application. The application was made. The evidence leaders considered the basis for a partial in-camera, and to that extent, the legal representatives filed an explanatory statement, or affidavit, in support of the application. As is required in the normal course, this application, together with the supporting affidavit, was distributed to the press. Before I look at the basis for her application, perhaps it's important that I set out the form that she requests her testimony be accepted. Firstly, her voice be heard in the auditorium and therefore publicly. None of her testimony be redacted for this purpose, except she requests her name to be withheld and her image not be projected. We accept off the bat that based on the facts that she intends to testify on, her identity will be easily determinable by those involved in the crime that she will be testifying to. However, in her consideration, this goes beyond those that she participated in the crime with and includes, inter alia, the broader law enforcement environment, because that's where she's from, and yet a third party, I'll call for the moment the initiator of this entire crime. She accepts her role in the incident, and she wants to testify fully. However, she would request, to the extent that it is possible, that perhaps her identity be restricted as much as possible. Her view is that that will not detract from the nature and content of her evidence, and that the commissioners may engage her on every aspect that is necessary for purposes of the commission. Chair, before you, you have her application prepared by her, and from page 4, she sets out her grounds, these grounds of the application. I accept they are not as extensive as probably they could have been.
I must say, that's an understatement. I would say the application is poor. Please continue.
We will accept. As the chair realizes, this was prepared on the 19th of June, which is Friday last week. And by this time, she was beginning to have doubts about whether she should come forward on her own volition. And she came up with this request that perhaps to facilitate her appearance, if she could be assisted in this version. One of the key issues that really bothers her is set out at paragraph 7.1. And as she states at paragraph 7.1, in the course of her testimony, she'll identify senior member of the police force who has been implicated already in this commission. And she states, I read from the second line, penultimate line on page 4, although I live in a security complex, he has somehow managed to enter the complex and take pictures of my home and send them to me as proof that he's outside. This has occurred even when I'm not home and have not provided him with an access code. This has caused me great fear and anxiety both for myself and my family. The evidence leaders, in their course of engagement with her, came to appreciate her state of concern and panic due to inter alia such incidents. We feared that unless there was a way to come to her rescue, quote unquote, we may very well potentially lose her as a witness this week while she overcomes her psychological challenges about testifying to the matters that she intends to testify to. So, although I accept the chair's position that it's not the best of applications, we believe that as the evidence unfolds, it will become more apparent as to why she has the fears that she does and why she requests that circulation of her image be limited as much as possible. As a standard, this application was served on the press, members of the press, and last document in your files, behind the tab, is confirmation by the Mr. Charles Duplessis, in whose favor the original order for in camera was issued, who advises that he has taken instruction and his clients do not intend to oppose the application by witness K to testify by audio link only. In light of that, Chair, we would argue, notwithstanding the shortcomings of the application, that that would not detract from the value of her evidence. And I think, as I've previously indicated, it will be like evidence that members of the public hear through the radio. There is no prejudice. We understand the preferred standard position, but we would request that the commissioners consider this application, deficient as it may be, in the correct context and grant her permission to testify in the manner that she proposes, which is partial in camera. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Lo. Did you mention who Mr. Charles Duplessis' clients are? Is it the usual? He usually represents
yes,
Daily Maverick.
Daily Maverick and News 24.
And News 24.
Yes.
Oh.
So that is the one response we received after the application was distributed to the press.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lo. You heard what my attitude is in terms of the content or quality of the application, but for me, the most important factor are the time constraints that are facing us. Because for example, I initially thought that I might insist that a supplementary affidavit be filed. How long that would take, I have no idea. And we simply do not have the luxury of time. So mainly from where I'm sitting, I will grant the application for those reasons. We
duly note, Chair, and we're indebted to the commissioners for the indulgence. If I then may hand in a draft order which we've prepared in anticipation of this outcome for the commissioners to consider. Thank you.
Oh, I understand. I'm thinking about all these pronouns, but the voice is going to be heard anyway, so why do you have all those pronouns?
Overly cautious, I get. And Chair, we accept that. I say we accept, Chair, that the Chair may disclose the gender because I already have in the course of my address. Yes.
I think you already said she,
Yes.
her. Thank you. Ms. Silo, we have effected some changes to paragraph 2. It reads, the testimony of witness K will, and we've deleted the not, be heard publicly. And instead of the end, we said, but her face and visual features will be concealed. Is that fine?
I was duly supported. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, yes. Let me just work on all the pronouns. Okay. The following ruling is made. By agreement between the parties, the application by witness K for her evidence to be heard in camera today, the what?
23rd of June.
23 June 2026 is granted. The testimony of witness K will be heard publicly, but her face and of visual features will be concealed. 3, persons granted access to the proceedings are prohibited from publishing, broadcasting, disseminating, or otherwise placing in the public domain any image, photograph, video footage, or other visual material that may reveal or tend to reveal the identity of witness K and or the proceedings that will be held.
I propose after witness K to put a full stop and delete the remainder.
You saw that I was hesitating. I'm not sure what that last part means. Yeah. So, yeah, I ended witness K.
Witness K.
With paragraph, or on paragraph 3.
Thank you, Chair.
It is so ordered. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The witness is ready to testify remotely. She will be connected into the auditorium, and we are ready to proceed, and the witness will be led by Advocate Muthatsedi. Thank you.
Thank you. And welcome back, Ms. Muthatsedi.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. And congratulations. I won't say on what. Let the curious try to find out for themselves. Is witness K with us?
Witness K?
Good morning,
Thank you.
Commissioners.
Good morning, witness K. Witness K, will you be swearing or affirming?
Swearing.
Do you swear that the evidence you are, sorry, first please place your full name. Hey, gosh. The force of habit, as they say. I'm sorry. I'm sure you were very scared. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Witness K, I would like you to confirm that in front of you there you've got 2 white files, numbered 1 of 1 and file 1 of 2.
Yes, I do.
Witness K, your file 1 should contain your witness statement as well as the annexures. Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
And your file 2 should be marked as file 2, and it should contain what is known as the exhibit bundle. Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
Please turn to your witness statement file, file 1.
Okay.
Do you confirm that that statement is yours, prepared for purposes of your testimony before the commission?
Yes.
Do you confirm the
It's
contents?
true.
Please repeat yourself, yes? Witness,
Yes, I do have the file with me.
thank you. You confirm that the file contains your statement as prepared for purposes of your testimony before the commission?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You confirm the contents of your statement to be true and you stand by them?
Yes, I do.
All right. Please turn to page 6 of your witness statement. That should be the last page.
Okay.
Are you there?
Okay, yes, I'm there.
Page 6. Please confirm that the signature that appears at the bottom right is your signature?
Yes.
Correct? And please
It's my-
confirm. Yes?
It's
Confirm.
my signature.
Thank you. And confirm the date into the record, please.
21 June 2026.
Thank you, Witness K. I'm going to ask you to turn to the first page of your witness statement.
Okay, I'm there.
Thank you. Chairperson, the witness had earlier requested if she could read the contents of the statement on the understanding, of course, that we would intervene for questions of clarification, etc. Thank you. Witness K, on the first page of your statement is a heading titled Introduction and Overview. I'm going to please ask you,
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to read paragraph 1.
I am an adult female inspector in the very important person.
Hold on.
Don't read your service number. Continue.
Oh, okay. At the JMPD.
Maybe just start from
At
the
the
beginning.
JMPD.
Please start from the beginning of the sentence, beginning of the paragraph.
Okay. I am an adult female inspector in the very important person unit at the Johannesburg Metropolitan Police Department.
Thank you. You can stop there. Witness K, you can then go to paragraph 2.
Okay. The purpose of my statement is to come forward and assist the Commission with a matter that is currently seized with. I have come forward because I want to acknowledge my role in what happened, and I want to give the Commission information about the Precious Stone case.
The next heading that appears there is Precious Stones case. You can continue at paragraph 3.
Sometime in 2022, I met Mr. Julius Mkwanazi. I had bumped into him on several occasions outside of the workplace. Mr. Mkwanazi and I began dating later that year.
Please continue to paragraph 4.
During 2023, while Mr. Mkwanazi was the director at the Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department, he was suspended for reasons unknown to me at that time. From there on out, Mr. Mkwanazi would regularly ask me to borrow him some money. His requests for financial assistance were very frequent, and despite promising to do so, he did not pay me back. As his girlfriend, I made plans to assist him with groceries, paying for his legal fees and his disciplinary case at work, and help him to pay school fees for his children. However, things got to a point where I was no longer able to assist him financially. I explained to him that I have children at home and my own responsibilities at home that I needed to take care of.
Witness K, when you say in paragraph 4 that Mr. Mkonazi began asking you to borrow money, do you recall how soon after you started a relationship with him did the request for financial assistance start? Was it immediately, a few weeks later?
months
How long?
I think 2 months after the communication.
All right.
Yeah, I think 2 months after.
Witness K, you can continue to paragraph 5, please.
When I could no longer borrow Mr. Mkhwanazi any more money from my salary and I had depleted my savings, he asked me to keep my ear to the ground and pass any information that involved money onto him. I then remembered information that I had previously received from an informant about illegal stones in possession of someone at a block of flats in Kilani. I had received this information 6 months before this discussion with Mr. Mkhwanazi. I had not acted on the information and had kept it to myself as I was no longer working in the operations and could no longer use it.
Witness K, when you say in paragraph 5 that Mr. Mkonazi asked you to keep your ear to the ground and pass any information that involved money unto him, what did you understand that to mean? What did you understand him to be asking you?
He wanted me for any information that might come up that he can work on it. Can I pass it to him?
What do you mean by work on it? Any information that he can work on it. What does working on the information, how does that tie to involving money?
Anything that if if I get the information and the information becomes positive, then there can be an exchange of something after that information.
Of something?
Something in exchange
For money. Is that correct?
for money, yes.
Thank you. Witness K, you're now at paragraph 6.
I came to know of this informant when I conducted operational duties in my previous role. During my time in operations, I would routinely receive information and tips from various informers and members of the general public concerning possible unlawful activities such as drug possession and dealing and possessions of hijacked and stolen vehicles. In my capacity as a Metro Police officer, I had access to relevant sources and backup. In order to act on such information in the ordinary course upon receiving information, my colleagues and I will attend the scene, question persons at the scene, and conduct a search and seizure operation after receiving their consent. In circumstances where an arrest had to be made, we will detain the suspect and take them to the nearest police station for further processing.
Witness K, when you say in paragraph 6, I came to know of this informant when I conducted operational duties in my previous role. Can you explain what you mean by operational duties?
Sorry. My roles, my duties now are different from the previous duties I was working on, where I was able to follow up information, do those stop and search, arrest and follow up information, and make any arrest that came up.
And when you refer to a previous role, what role was that?
The previous role, it's where I still it's when my duties allowed me to go and do the house search, do the stop and search of the vehicles, follow up information if this car is stolen or it was hijacked.
And was this role that you're referring to, your previous role, was it inside JMPD or outside the organization?
Inside JMPD.
So witness K, in light of your statement in paragraph 6 where you say because you were no longer performing operational duties, you, upon receiving this information, you indicate that you did nothing with it. You kept it to yourself.
Yes.
So you, despite leaving an operational role, you didn't pass the information on to any of your colleagues who are still in operations?
No, I didn't share it with anyone.
So you didn't share it with a superior in operations either?
No, I didn't.
Please proceed to paragraph 7.
Just before that, we have noticed that the chats that you will be dealing with later have a picture of someone. Whoever that may be, whether it's the witness or a child or whoever, is it not possible to, I don't
Yes.
want to say crop it out because I understand cropping to relate to the outer edges, but do something similar to cropping so as to get rid of the picture?
Chair, if I may allay your concern, that has been done.
Oh,
We
thank you.
have, when we get to the chats, you will see that our attorneys have redacted the features in the background.
All right.
All that remains is the text itself.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Witness K, you were at paragraph 7 on page 3 of your statement.
Yes.
You may read paragraph 7, please.
I then told Mr. Mkwanazi about the informer and mentioned that the informer needed someone to get the stones for him from the owner. Mr. Mkwanazi asked me to get in touch with the informer and he will assemble a team together to follow the information received.
So, when the informer told you that he wanted someone to get the stones for him from the owner, what did you understand get the stones to mean? How did the informer expect a person to get those stones?
To be honest, I will say to get somebody who will steal those stones for him.
And so the reference to the owner at paragraph 7, when you say to get the stones from the owner, you mean the owner of the precious stones?
Yes.
Is it even accurate to refer to such a person as an informer? If it's basically someone who wanted the assistance of the Metropolis and whoever else to assist in laying their hands on the stones, is it even accurate to call that person an informer?
No, but okay, no, my apology to call him the informer.
No need to apologize, just respond.
No need to call him the informer.
No, I was saying there is no need for you to apologize, and then my question is, is it accurate to call this person an informer?
No, there is no need for me to call him the informer.
You are basically saying it is not accurate to call the person an informer. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Yes, Ms. Mklasedi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Witness K, you've just answered to say that the individual you refer to in paragraph 7, what he wanted to do is to get somebody to steal the stones. Is that correct?
Yes.
My question to you is, was that the first time he had made such a request to you? So this particular individual, was this the first time they'd asked something like this of you?
No, he used to tell us if there's a car that was stolen, maybe in Seraldine, that I can come and check it and all that. But with the stones, it was the first information.
Okay. And so when you say this individual would give you information about a stolen car or information about a potential crime, why would he give you that information? What was the expectation that you would do with that information?
He will give the information, then we will go to that house with the information. When we get to that house, if that information is positive, then we do the necessary. We book the car at the nearest 13, and then if we found the suspect, we take the suspect to the nearest police station.
Okay, so historically or previously, when you would receive information from this person, the information would be related to law enforcement. So he would be telling you information related to a potential crime, is that correct?
Yes.
But would you agree that this scenario was different because he was giving you information in order to obtain something different as opposed to ensuring the enforcement of the law, is that right?
Yes.
Witness.
Now it looks like it does become an informer. Thank you.
It's a dual role,
In
Chair.
respect of all the other things we're talking about, but not insofar as the stones were concerned. Please continue, Ms. Mutlasedi.
Thank you, Chair. Witness K, you are now at paragraph 8.
Sometime in January or early February 2023, Mr. Mkwanazi came very persistent about getting the information on the stones and continuously followed up with me until I was able to get in touch with the informer. I was ultimately able to get hold of the informer. I contacted him on one of his contact numbers.
Witness K, are you able to disclose the name of the informer in paragraph 8? There's no need for you to read the telephone number, but are you able to identify the name of the informer in paragraph 8?
His name is Jengo Simon.
Thank you, Witness K. You are now on paragraph 9.
In my discussions with him, we discussed the information he had initially given to me about the stones. Mr. Simon was still interested in getting the stones. When he initially shared the information about the stones with me, Mr. Simon had driven with me in his car at Kilani to show me the block of flats in Kilani near the mall where the stones were kept. Mr. Simon pointed out the block of flats to me and gave me the unit number of the flat where the stones were kept. I then gave these details to Mr. Mkwanazi.
Thank you, Witness K. Can I ask you a few questions related to that paragraph? In the first sentence of paragraph 9, you say there, in my discussions with him. That him, is it a reference to Mr. Django, or is that a reference to Mr. Mkwanazi?
Mr. Django.
Thank you. You then say, later on, the next sentence, you say that he was still interested in getting the stones. So am I correct that after you had relayed the information to Mr. Mkwanazi, you made contact then with Mr. Django? Is that right?
Yes.
And when you spoke, please continue.
I'm saying that's how it happened. After I spoke to Kwanazi, I had to call Django.
And is it correct that when you then spoke to Mr. Django, he was still interested in getting the stones, as you put it?
Yes, he was still interested.
Right. You then say in the next sentence that you drove with him in his car. There's a missing word there. You said at Kilani or to Kilani. So you drove with him in his car to Kilani, where he showed you the block of flats where the stones were being kept. Do you see that in paragraph 9?
Yes, I do.
Are you able to recall what kind of car Mr. Django drives? If you were inside the car.
It was an Audi.
Okay.
It was a gray Audi.
Right. And are you able to recall what time of day you went to view the apartment in Kilani with him? Do you remember if it was in the morning or at night or in the middle of the day?
In the middle of the day.
So you would have had a clear view of how the apartment block or the block of flats looked. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if I showed you a picture of that block of flats, would you recognize it?
Can I see it first?
At a later point, I'll show it to you and then you can indicate if you recognize it or not.
Okay.
Yes, when we get to a later part of your evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Still on paragraph 9, witness K. You indicate at the end of paragraph 9 that you then gave these details. So you gave the details of your conversation with Mr. Django to Mr. Mkwanazi.
Yes, I did that.
And those details relate to the information about the stones and where they were being kept. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So what did you aim to achieve by relaying that information to Mr. Mkwanazi? What was he supposed to do with it?
Mr. Mkwanazi was supposed to get people who will go and follow up that information.
Okay. And what do you mean by follow up the information? In practical terms, what does it mean?
To go check if those stones are still in his possession there by Kilani from the owner.
And once...
If they are there.
Please continue. Please continue.
Okay. If they are there, then they need to steal them.
Witness K, could you continue to paragraph 10? That's the last paragraph on page 3.
Sorry, before you do that, witness K, just that last sentence, to be clear what it is that you're saying. When you gave this information to Mr. Mkwanazi, you knew and understood that he would use it not for lawful law enforcement purposes. You understood that?
Yes, I did, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Baloy's question really amounts to this. You knew that they were going to rob the owner of these precious stones, not to hand them over to the police, but to hand them over to your so-called informer. So they were basically robbing the owner to give them to the informer. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner.
And because they were in possession of the informer, they were not really going to steal them. They were going to forcefully remove them from their owner, which is a robbery to me. Is that a fair summary of what was going to happen or what you understood was going to happen?
Can you repeat your...
Witness K, they were going to take them by force from their owner.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Witness K, you are now at paragraph 10 on page 3.
Okay. Each of us had our roles to play. I had to organize the informer, secure information as to the whereabouts of the stones, and to ensure that the informer was ready to receive the stones and make payment after they got the stones. Mr. Mkwanazi had to organize the officers that were going to come in and take the stones.
Witness K, still on paragraph 10, you've confirmed in your responses to the commissioners that the plan was essentially to take the stones from the owner. It was to steal them. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the officers. Sorry, Witness K. Could you please proceed to paragraph 11?
Okay. On the morning of 11 February 2023, I was off duty. At around 11 a.m., I met with Mr. Mkwanazi at Nando's located at Michelle Avenue of Ramp on R59, Mayorsdale Square, Reinhardt. While we were there, Mr. Mkwanazi introduced me to Officer Kesha Lee Stolz and Officer Norman McKenzie, who were dressed in uniform. Mr. Mkwanazi
Can
also
you-
introduced me to a
Sorry, Witness K. And what uniform was this?
Ekurhuleni Metropolis uniform.
Thank you. Please continue.
Mr. Mkwanazi, okay. Mr. Mkwanazi also introduced me to a man dressed in plain clothes, who I now know as Andy van der Veld, and who I understand to be a civilian. This was the first time that I had met any of them. While at Nando's, I shared with them the information from the informer and explained that he was looking for someone who could get him stones and he was willing to pay for the stones.
To get the stones, I think that article, the definite article is important. Please continue.
Witness K, still on paragraph 11, you indicate there that you met Mr. Mkwanazi at the Nando's at that address. How did you get to that Nando's? Did you drive there? Did you walk there? Is it nearby? How did you get there?
I drove there in the morning.
Okay. And what car were you driving that morning?
It should be a red Golf 5.
Your recollection is that it was a red Golf 5?
Yes.
Okay. How did Mr. Mkwanazi get to that Nando's to meet you? Was he also
He
driving?
was driving a white. Yes, he was also driving.
And yes, you were proceeding to tell us what he was driving?
He was driving a white RAV4 Toyota.
Okay. Are you aware of how the others arrived at Nando's? Did Officer Stolz drive as well, to your knowledge?
Yes, I think it was 2 VW. I don't know if it's Golf 7 or what Golf, yeah.
And what color are they?
But it's EMPD cars.
Sorry, what did you say?
I'm saying it's EMPD cars.
Cars. And you indicated that they arrived in Golfs. Is that right? Or did I?
Yeah, yes.
What kind? Do you recall the model or not?
I can't tell if it was a Golf 7 or what, but it's a VW.
Okay. Now, you indicate in paragraph 11 that at the meeting at Nando's was yourself, Mr. Mkwanazi, as well as Officers Stolz, McKenzie, and Mr. van der Walt. Correct?
Yes.
So just to make sure, you've confirmed the model of the car you were driving and the model of the car that Mr. Mkhwanazi was driving. Do you know how the three other individuals arrived? Did they come in separate cars? Did they drive together? Do you recall how they arrived at the meeting at Nando's?
I first met with Mkhwanazi first. So when they came in, we were already inside the restaurant. But when they left, I think I saw those two cars.
Those two cars that you
They
identified.
came. Yes,
Please
they
continue.
came separate.
Yes, you said they came. Please continue.
They came separate. Mr. Mkhwanazi, he was in a white RAV4, and then the other three, they were using those two cars.
Thank you. Witness K, Witness K, did you want to supplement your answer? Did you want to say something?
Yes, sorry. I can't tell if Keisha Stolz was alone or Keisha Stolz was with the civilian guy and Mr. Mackenzie was alone in the car.
All right, but your evidence is that you recall the three of them arriving in two cars and that the cars are EMPD Golfs.
Yes.
Do you recall the color?
Sorry. It was white.
One of them or both of them was white?
I can't remember if one was marked, the other one was unmarked, or both were white in color. I'm sorry, I can't remember.
No, that's noted. That's noted. Witness K, still in paragraph E. My apologies. Still in paragraph 11, you indicate in the second last sentence there, in fact, it's the last sentence, you say, while at Nando's, I shared with them the information from the informer and explained that he was looking for someone who could get him the stones and he was willing to pay for the stones. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So what is the information that you shared at that meeting at Nando's to everyone who was gathered there? What is the information that you shared from the informer?
Okay, I told them that the informer knows somebody who resides at Kilani, flat number, then I gave them the unit number, and I gave them the directions, and that person is in possession of the stones. Once they get the stones, this informer is willing to pay.
And you've earlier indicated that the point of the plan, or the plan was to essentially steal those stones from the owner. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Now, based on your recollection at this meeting, as you shared this information with the people who were present at that meeting, they understood that the plan was to go to the apartment in Kelani and steal the stones.
Yes, they were aware.
They were aware that the plan was to go into the apartment and to steal the stones.
Yes.
Okay. Witness K, with reference to the stones, when you say you provided them with information, at that point in time, what did you know about the stones? Were you aware of what they're called? Were you aware of how they looked? What did you know about the stones?
I only know that some were purple, some were green, but I couldn't tell more of that. I didn't have enough knowledge of those stones as well.
At that time, when you were sharing this information at the meeting at Nando's, did you know the name of those stones? Or what did you refer to them as when you were sharing this information?
The informer was calling them sugar light stones, something like that, sugar light.
Thank you, Witness K. So, apart from yourself, did anyone else at that meeting have any knowledge about the stones? So apart from what you shared with them, did anyone else there have knowledge on the stones?
Yes, I think the civilian guy had the info, had more knowledge on the stones.
And what's your reason for thinking that the civilian had more knowledge on the stones?
Because later during the day, when we met with the informer, he was the one who knew the value of those stones. They could rate at how much.
Okay. Witness K, is it correct that basically at Nando's the five of you met in order to plan the events of that morning? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so in practical terms, please explain what the plan was to get the stones. Did you discuss in practical terms what would happen step by step?
Okay, my role here was to give the information of what I got from the informer, and Mr. Mkwanazi is the one who organized people who will go to Kilani. And then later we managed to meet with the informer, and then the agreement and everything was later.
So, Witness K, to make sure I understand you, you're saying your role was to bring the information and to engage with the informer, but the how, the manner in which the stones were to be taken, am I correct in saying that you didn't have much knowledge of that? Is that correct?
Yes.
And that
yes.
you left the practicalities, the practical steps, you left those to Mr. Mkwanazi?
Mr. Mkwanazi and his people. Yes.
Thank you. Witness K, can I invite you to carry on at paragraph 12?
Okay. After our meeting, we went our separate ways. Officer Stolz, Mackenzie, and Mr. van der Walt went to Kilani to get the stones. I then went home. I don't know where Mr. Mkwanazi went. Approximately an hour and a half after I arrived home, Officer Stolz phoned me. She phoned me and...
Sorry, Witness K, I apologize, can I stop you there?
Okay.
In that first sentence of paragraph 12, you say that after the meeting, everybody went their separate ways. And you say that Officer Stolz, Mackenzie, and Mr. van der Walt went to Kilani to get the stones. Based on your recollection, did they go directly to Kilani after the meeting, or did they make any stops on the way?
No, they started at Rosebank Police Station to make an OP entry that they are from Ekurhuleni, but they will be working in the area of Joburg, of Johannesburg.
And this reporting to the police station in Rosebank, was that something that had been discussed and agreed upon at the meeting at Nando's that morning?
No.
So how did you become aware that they had stopped at the Rosebank SAPS?
They told me after they made that entry. After they made that entry, they are now proceeding to the flat.
Thank you, Witness K. Still on that second sentence, can I please ask you to turn to your exhibit bundle? That's your file number 2.
Okay. Okay, I'm there.
Could you please turn to CJC 308? It starts on page 1. CJC 308. You just turn the page, it starts on page 1.
Oh, okay. I'm there.
Right. That front cover there, you see there's a document with an SAPS emblem in color. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you see that? And at the top of the page, it is labeled Forensic Science Laboratory. It has a laboratory number. Do you see that?
Yes, I do, Commissioner.
There's a reference number beneath the emblem, and towards the bottom half of the page there, do you see the words Hillbrow with a CAS number?
Yes, I do, Commissioner.
Do you recognize that CAS number?
Yes, I do. I see it here.
Do you see it? Do you recognize it? Have you come across it before?
No.
No, all right. I can confirm for you that evidence has been led that that's the CAS number for the precious stones case.
Oh, okay.
Witness
Okay, thank you. I was not aware of.
Thank you. Let me ask you to please turn to page 2.
Okay, I'm there.
And these images, witness K, are extracted from the security footage at the apartment in Kelani. So the front page that I showed you,
Okay.
yes, the front page that I showed you shows that this is a report that was prepared by the forensic science lab, and these are the images that are contained in that lab. Do you see them?
Okay. I see them.
Thank you. Do you recall I earlier asked you if you saw a picture of the apartment in Kilani, would you be able to recognize it?
Yes.
Do you see that building there on page 2?
Yes, I do see.
Do you recognize it, or is it unfamiliar to you? Have you seen it before? Before these photos, have you seen it, or is it unfamiliar to you?
No, I have seen it before.
Where have you seen it?
Yes.
Where have you seen it?
By the time the informer took me there
So this
to
is,
see,
my apologies, please continue, please continue.
when the informer gave me the information, he managed to show me the flat here in Kilani. So that's the only time I saw it.
And the flat that he showed you is the building in the image you're seeing there.
Yes.
Do you see in the bottom right corner, if you're on page 2, that first image, the bottom right corner, there's some writing there in white. You don't need to read it, but do you see it?
Yes, I
Yes,
do.
that's the street address for the building.
Oh, okay.
Yes, please note it. It'll become relevant as we continue with your testimony.
Oh, okay.
Right. The two pictures on the page are not completely clear, but I want you to please take note of the red arrows. The red arrows.
Okay.
What do you call the address? Are you referring to the writing right at the bottom of each picture?
Indeed, indeed, Chairperson, at the bottom right corner, at the bottom right corner of each picture.
It
there's-
doesn't quite read like an address to me. Maybe
It's the name of the street where the apartment is on, and I'll show the witness at a later stage why that address is.
if you said street, I would understand, but
yes.
I understand an address to be more descriptive than what I see here.
Yes,
All
my
right,
apologies,
all
Chair.
right.
It's a street.
All
It's
right.
the name of the street where
All
the
right.
apartment block is
All right,
located.
thank you. Yes, continue, Ms. Mutlasedi.
Thank you, Chair. Witness K, do you see the images on page 3?
Yes, I can see them.
There's two images, a picture 3 and a picture 4.
Yes, I can see it.
When you look at picture 3, which is the picture on the top, you see that there are 2 red arrows. Do you see those arrows?
Yes. Yes, I can see them.
Do you see what they're pointing towards?
Yes, I can see
What are they pointing towards?
the white VW car.
Is that the arrow on the right or the arrow on the left?
The arrow on the right.
And the arrow on the left, are you able to see what it's pointing to?
There's a
It's all right if it,
The
yeah.
person next
It's a
to
little,
it.
yes, indeed. It's a little bit unclear, but do you see that it's pointing towards an individual there or a group of individuals?
Yes.
All right.
Maybe a correction. In that picture, the one arrow on the right, which the witness says points to a vehicle, there is a person standing there where the arrow is pointing.
Thank you, Commissioner, that's
So
correct.
It seems it's pointing at the person, not the vehicle.
Thank you, Commissioner. Witness K, if you go to page 3,
Yes.
yes, the first picture on the top, it's labeled pick 3 at the bottom, pick 3, do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you see it has 2 arrows?
Yes.
Yes, and you've indicated that the arrow on the left points to a person or some persons, and the arrow on the right is also pointing to a person.
Yes.
Do you see that the
Okay,
arrow?
my apology.
It's in order.
I didn't see this person.
The person. Witness K, please repeat what you just said.
I was saying, I'm sorry, I didn't notice there was a person just next to the car.
So,
Yeah, it seems when you go further, look at page 4, for example, and even 5, it looks, yeah, it does seem that
Yes.
the pattern is to point at
Yes.
people. Yeah.
Oh, at the. Okay.
thank you,
Oh,
Chairperson.
yes, okay.
Witness 5, Witness K, can I ask you to go to page 5? Sorry.
I'm here, Commissioner.
Are you there? The picture on the top of page 5 is labeled at the bottom, PIC 7. Do you see that?
Yes,
That first
Commissioner?
picture. Do you see the 3 red arrows once more,
Yes, I do.
pointing at individuals?
Yes, I see.
Are you able to identify those individuals? Do you know who they are?
Yes, the first one is a female officer, Kesha Stokes. Then next to him is also wearing uniform. It's Norman McKenzie. And then the third one, it's the civilian guy, Mr. Andy van der Walt.
Thank you, Witness K. Can I ask you to, in the same file, stay in the same file, please. Please turn to CJC 3112. It would be on page 16.
Okay, I'm there now.
Thank you. Page 16 of the exhibit bundle, CJC 312. Page 16, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Indeed. Witness K, please describe what you see in that picture there. Do you see the individuals there? Witness K?
I can see, Commissioner.
So you're on page 16 and you can see the individuals there? Yes.
Yes, I can see
Yes.
them, Advocate.
Yes. Just to give you some context, Witness K, this image is part of the police file, the docket, and it's images that were taken by a resident in the apartment. My question to you is, are you able to identify any of the individuals on page 16?
Yes, I can.
Please do.
The one, okay, the one standing in full uniform, it's Officer Mackenzie. The female officer sitting down, it's Officer Keisha Listos. The man with a cap on, it's the civilian guy, Mr. Andy van der Vout. And the one in the red top, I don't know him.
Thank you, Witness K. In evidence that's been led before the commission, the individual with the red top has been identified as the owner of the stones in order to assist you. And these images were taken by his flatmate from inside the apartment.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can I then ask you please to go back to your paragraph 12? Your paragraph 12.
Paragraph 12.
Yes, we're on page 4, correct?
Yes.
So at this point in time, and based on the identifications you've provided, it's evident that Officers Stolz and Mackenzie have arrived at the apartment. You've identified them in a picture where they are inside the apartment. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do, Advocate.
If you go to paragraph 12 of your statement, can you please go to the third line? The third line. There is a sentence beginning approximately. Are you there?
Okay.
Please continue reading from there. That's where I stopped you.
Oh, okay, thanks. Approximately an hour and a half after I arrived home, Officer Stolz phoned me. She phoned me and told me that they were inside the apartment in Kilani, and she wanted me to speak to the owner of the stones. While I was still on the line, Officer Stolz gave her phone to the owner of the stones. I then spoke to the owner, and I asked him if he had the necessary permit to be in possession of the stones.
Do you have any idea why she would have wanted you to ask this question? Why did they not do this themselves?
Oh, I will say maybe he wanted me to confirm.
Sorry? What do you say? What are you saying?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm saying maybe he wanted me to confirm that they are there on that, like they have arrived on the flat.
All right, thank you.
Witness K, perhaps to follow up on the chair's question, you had earlier indicated that amongst the 5 of you at the meeting, you were the one who had knowledge of the stones, yourself and Mr. Etienne van der Walt, is that correct?
Yes.
Did Officer Stolz have any knowledge about the stones, apart from what you had shared?
I can't remember well in the morning how. No, I can't remember. I can't remember.
But just based on your recollection, was Officer Stolz knowledgeable about the stones? Did she know much about the stones?
No, I don't think so.
Is it a possibility that she could have given the phone to you so that you could speak to the owner as you had some knowledge about the stones? And as you indicate in paragraph 12, you then asked him questions about the stones.
Oh, yes.
Could that be a possibility?
Yes. Advocate.
Witness K, please continue to your paragraph 13.
Okay. I knew from my discussions with Mr. Simon that the owner did not have the relevant permits for the stones. While I was still on the line with the owner, I then added another person to the call. I no longer recall the name of the man who joined our call, but he used to work at the mines and he had knowledge about mining and stones. I joined him to the call because he knew about the permits required to possess the stones. While we were on the call, the man spoke to the owner and asked him if he had the permits. The owner admitted that he didn't have the permits. Officer Stolz, Mackenzie, and Mr. Van der Walt then took the stones and left the apartment with the stones.
Witness K, this man that you say you no longer recall his name, did he know that what he was being asked to participate in was an operation that was not a lawful operation? Did he understand that?
No, he was not aware.
Yes. And this would have been someone that you knew from where? For now at least I accept you don't recall his name, but to know that it's someone who used to work at mines and had knowledge of mining and stones would suggest that it's someone that you knew fairly closely?
Yes, it's someone I knew from where I lived before. He used to he used to do the kitchen units and all that. And he also used to work at the mines.
Okay, so he was not a law enforcement officer.
Yes, Commissioner.
And was not an informer.
No, he was not an informer.
Okay, thank you.
Witness K, did this man that you spoke to know what types of stones you were dealing with here? Because not every stone, as you can imagine, requires a permit. So for him to ask these types of questions, I assume somebody must have told him what types of stones are being dealt with here.
Yes, I think when I called him, I told him that I'm asking on the sugar light stones. Does he know if a person have those stones? What must the person have in his possession?
All right, thank you.
Witness K, in paragraph 13, you indicate that you joined this man that had knowledge about mines. You joined him to the call because he knew about the permits required to possess the stones. Do you see that?
Paragraph 14.
13, your paragraph 13.
18. Oh, okay, sorry. I knew from a discussion.
In the fifth line from yes, you say that you joined the man to the call because he knew about the permits required to possess the stones. You further on explain in the paragraph that this man that you had added to the call, he continued and he spoke to the owner directly and asked the owner if he had the necessary permits. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Yes. Witness K, let me ask you, if the purpose of all of this, if the aim was to steal the stones as you've testified and give them to Django, why did you speak to the owner about the permits? What was the purpose in inquiring from the owner about the permits? Why not just take the stones?
To be honest, when you go to someone's place, you need to have a strategy of how you will play with his mind. So if you have full information, he will think that we are taking the stones to be booked at the police station, as well as we knew that they were not going to be taken, like to be booked. at the nearest police station. So we had to have full information to know that he is in possession of the stones. He doesn't have a proper paperwork for him to be in possession of the stones.
And Witness K, if that was part of the strategy, what was the end game? Were you trying to scare the owner to giving up the stones, or was the aim to make him feel comfortable that these are police officers confiscating the stones? What was the aim?
So since the officers were in uniform, so it was just for the part of him to participate with the officers.
And so the uniform induced or influenced the owner to cooperate and comply. Is that your evidence?
Yes.
Thank you, Witness K. Can I ask you to go to paragraph 14, please?
Okay. I knew from my discussion with Mr. Simon that he wanted the stones, but he didn't have access to get them for himself from the mines. I understood from Mr. Simon that he desired to participate in the stones market, but didn't know how to do so.
Thank you, Witness K. Could I ask you to please go to your exhibit bundle?
Okay.
Please have regard to CJC 309. You will find it on page 11 of the exhibit bundle.
Okay, I'm there now, Advocate.
Are you there? Do you see there the heading on the top of the page titled Warning Statement?
Yes, I do.
On page 11. Just to give you context, this is a statement that was taken down by the IO, the inspecting officer in this matter. You will see there in paragraph 1. Do you see paragraph 1?
Yes, I do.
And you'll see then from paragraph 1 that this is the warning statement of Officer Mackenzie. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Witness K, could you please have regard to paragraph 2 of that warning statement?
Okay.
I'll read it for you. It said, on the day in question, I imagine, on the day in question, I was on duty in full uniform. This is Officer Mackenzie speaking. He says, I was on duty in full uniform and equipment when Constable Stalls told me she got a call from a JMPD member who needed assistance with recovery of stones in Rosebank. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Witness K, are you the JMPD member being referred to in paragraph 2 by Officer Stalls?
Yes, that's me.
Witness K, in paragraph 2, Officer Mackenzie describes the purpose of what occurred on the day, or he describes what occurred on the day. And if you look towards the end of paragraph 2, he says he received a call, Officer Stalls received a call from a JMPD member who needed assistance with the recovery of stones in Rosebank. Now, is it correct that you called Officer Stalls and you told her that you required assistance with the recovery of stones in Rosebank? Is that correct?
No, it's not. I was only speaking to Mr. Mkwanazi, and Mr. Mkwanazi is the one who introduced me to the officers and the civilian on the same day in the morning.
And let me ask you about the use of the word recovery in paragraph 2. Do you see that? in the last sentence there of that paragraph, Officer Mackenzie says the call was received from a JMPD member who you confirmed is yourself, and the JMPD member indicated that they needed assistance with recovery of stones in Rosebank. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, the use of the word recovery suggests something that is stolen or something that has been lost. So when he says the recovery of the stones in Rosebank, it suggests that those stones were stolen or lost, but that can't be the case, right?
Yes, it's not true.
Because those stones at that point in time were in the possession of their owner. Is that not so?
Yes, it is.
Witness K, if you have regard to paragraph 3 of that same statement, I won't read it, but you can see there that Officer Mackenzie confirms what you said, which is that they went to the SAPS in Rosebank and they made an OB entry. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
On that same page, Officer Mackenzie continues to set out some detail about what occurred. You have already covered some of it in your evidence, but I'm going to ask you to look at paragraph 6 on page 11. Do you see that?
Okay, yes, I do.
There. Now, I'll read that for you. He granted us permission to search, and in his presence we found stones, full stop. Do you see that? Yes.
Yes, I do.
So if you read that paragraph in reference to the statement, the logical conclusion then would be that when Officer Mackenzie says he granted us permission to search, he's referring to the owner of the apartment granting them permission to search. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So the second sentence in paragraph 6 reads, and in his clothes cupboard, in his room, that's the completion of the sentence, my apologies. That's where they found the stones, in his clothes cupboard, in his room. He, being the owner, confessed that it is lithium and he doesn't have a permit to deal with the stones, and he does not have it. I imagine trying to say he had not yet have it on his person, meaning he didn't have the permit. Do you see that in paragraph 6?
Yes, I do.
Is it correct? It cannot be correct there that the stones found by Officer Mackenzie at the residence in Killarney were lithium. Do you see that reference to lithium there?
Yes, I see.
Your evidence earlier was that the stones they were there to seize in the property was sugarlite. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So when Officer Mackenzie says that the stones that were found were lithium, that cannot be correct. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Ms. Muhlasedi, I wouldn't be sure about lithium or sugarlite, but I seem to recall from previous testimony that different names were given for this.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yeah.
I was simply testing whether both the witness and Officer Mackenzie used the same lingo for the stones or whether different terminology was utilized. But I accept that different scientific names and different names were used for the stones.
And those names could well have been lithium or sugarlite, or not? I'm not sure off the top of my head. All I know is that two names were used.
Noted, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Witness K, could I ask you to turn the page over to page 12, please?
Okay.
Thank you. In the remainder of that statement, Officer Mackenzie continues to set out several things, but I want to draw your attention, please, to paragraph 9 on page 12. Are you there?
Okay.
In paragraph 9, Officer Mackenzie states that K. Stolz called the JMPD officer and put the white male on the call with him to explain and question him. Now, you've earlier confirmed that that reference to the JMPD officer is yourself,
Yes.
and that you were, in fact, on a call with the owner of the stones, who I assume Officer Mackenzie is referring to as the white male.
Yes.
The second sentence of that paragraph then says, he then spoke over the phone with a expert also. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Who do you understand that reference of expert to be? Is it a reference?
Okay, I can't say. Okay,
Please continue.
to my knowledge, to my knowledge, I can't say he's an expert. It's just that he had the knowledge since he once worked at the mines and he knew some of these stones.
And
Not that he was an expert.
so that reference to expert could be to, or is likely to be to the gentleman that you added onto the call.
Yes.
Could I ask you, witness K, to please turn the page over to page 13?
Okay, I'm there.
In a similar vein to the warning statement we just previously went through, this is another warning statement. And when regard is had to paragraph 1, you can see that that is the
Okay.
warning statement of Officer Stalls. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
You've already confirmed for us that the JMPD officer being referred to is yourself. Could I ask you to go down further in that page?
Okay.
If you have a look, I'll give you the paragraph number right now. The paragraphs are not numbered.
Perhaps just give us the first few words
Indeed,
of the...
indeed, Chairperson.
Yes.
If you turn over the page, please, witness K.
Okay.
There's the second paragraph from the top. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
The paragraph begins, I called the JMPD officer.
Yes, I'm
Right.
there.
I'll just read it for you, and gave the phone to the white male. The white male spoke to the JMPD officer, as well as another person who was with the JMPD officer. When the person explained what documents and permits were needed, the white male got extremely nervous and refused to speak to them any further. So the other person who was with the JMPD officer, that's a reference to the male that you had dialed in on the call. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Witness K, can I ask you just to go to the bottom of that affidavit? You get to the second last paragraph from the end of the page, second last.
Okay.
It begins, we left the flat. Do you see that? We left the flat.
Yeah.
Correct. So Officer Stolz here says, we left the flat and met with the JMPD officer and gave her the SAP 299 and rocks, and we left. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Could I ask you to turn over the page to page 15?
Okay.
And this is the,
I'm
are you there? For current purposes, this is the final warning statement I'll take you through, but you will see the CAS number at the top of the page.
Maybe before you do
Yes.
that, let me ask a question. Witness K, what is an SAP 299?
I'm not sure, but I think it's the paper they use to book the exhibit and hand it over to SAP dating.
So Officer Stolz gave you that form?
No, he didn't.
Okay, thank
She
you.
didn't.
She did not, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Witness K, I had drawn your attention to page 15, please. We were on
Okay, I'm here.
Thank you. That is the warning statement of Mr. Etienne van der Walt. If you have regard to the first sentence, he says there, I, Etienne van der Walt. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Right. I won't take you through the statement in detail, as it does confirm what has been set out in the previous statements. I'm going to ask you to have regard there to paragraph 2.
Okay.
Thank you. Let me read the following paragraph for you. My apologies, paragraph 3. He says, we were en route. By we, he's referring to himself and the officers identified above. He says, we were en route to our first truck stop when Constable Stolz received a call. Constable Stolz informed me that a JMPD officer had requested assistance in Rosebank and asked if I could accompany them quickly. And then we would continue to do the patrols of the truck stops when we were done. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And once more, that reference to JMPD officer is a reference to yourself?
Yes.
Chairperson,
But
please continue.
Yes, but still, I'm not the one who called Officer Stolz
Thank you.
here.
Thank you, Witness K. Chairperson, I note the time. It's just after 11.
I think we should resume at 11:30. Let's adjourn. Yes, Ms. Mutlasedi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Witness K, we are still in your exhibit bundle on page 15. Are you there?
Okay.
Prior to the break, I had taken you through the initial paragraphs of that statement, but I would like to draw your attention to the second last paragraph of the page. Right, second last paragraph. It starts with the words, "After a while, we left." Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Right. That second last sentence says, "After a while, we left with the boxes and Constable Stoles gave the man an SAP seizure form." It then says, "We met with the JMPD after," probably a reference to the JMPD officer after, "and Constable Stoles and Constable Mackenzie handed the JMPD officer the SAP seizure form and rocks." The last sentence there says, "We then left to follow up on information in Bredo," so separate. So, Witness K, with reference to paragraph 8, is it correct, as Mr. van der Walt says, that you were given the box with the stones inside, as well as an SAP seizure form? Is that your recollection of events?
No, they didn't hand over the stones to me in the Caesar form.
Witness K, can I then ask you to turn back to your witness statement? We are on page 5.
Okay, I'm here.
Page 5 of your witness statement. We had just finished off with paragraph 14, so please start from paragraph 15.
Okay. After they obtained the stones, Officer Stolz phoned and told me that they have the stones and asked for all of us to meet. I then told her that we should all meet at an address in Cyrildene. Officer Stolz, Mackenzie, Mr. van der Walt, and I all went to Cyrildene to meet with Mr. Simon at his friend's house in that neighborhood. When we were there, Mr. van der Walt negotiated the price to be paid in exchange for the stones, and I believe that the amount that was agreed on was 110,000. Mr. Mkwanazi was not present at the meeting in Cyrildene, where we negotiated with Mr. Simon. He had called me earlier that day to say that I should work with Officer Stolz directly and I should not let them down.
Witness K, you can proceed to the next paragraph.
At the meeting after receiving the stones, Mr. Simon indicated that he was not happy with the quality of the stones. He complained that some of the stones were fake while others were real. So Mr. Simon took the stones and went to talk to his boss about the stones and said that he would come back and tell us the amount that we were going to be paid for the stones.
Where was the boss?
He was not with us at the time we met with Jemo. He had to take the stones with him and go meet the boss somewhere.
And Witness K, still on paragraph 16, after Mr. Django had told you that he was not happy with the quality of the stones and left them, did you at any stage after that update Mr. Mkwanazi, as you indicate that he was not present at that meeting in Cyrildene?
Yes, I did speak to him.
And what did you share with him? What did you tell him?
My apology. If it's not me who spoke to him, it should be Officer Stolz who spoke to him.
Thank
to
you.
update him.
Thank you, Witness K. You can proceed from paragraph 17.
The following day, on Sunday, 12 February 2023, I met with Mr. Simon at the same house in Geraldine where we had met the day before. Mr. Simon gave me hard cash in the amount of 110,000. After receiving the money, I went to meet Mr. Mkwanazi at a car wash. He then phoned Officer Stolz to come to the car wash. We shared the money equally amongst 5 of us. I gave them 88,000 for Mr. Mkwanazi, Officer Stolz, and Mackenzie, as well as Mr. van der Veld. I kept the 22,000 for myself.
Please proceed to the next paragraph.
Soon after this, my relationship with Mr. Mkwanazi ended and we stopped communicating.
Thank you, Witness.
Can I just ask Witness K, why were you confident that to do this with Mr. Simon? Why were you not afraid that he might be setting you up or that he could report you? What was the nature of the history of your relationship with him?
Before he was fine because he once gave the information of a stolen car in Geraldine. So I didn't have any doubts that he might give something that is not there on that flat.
Well, my question is slightly different. As I understand it, the previous information about a stolen vehicle that he gave you, that was for a lawful operation, right? At least I understood your evidence to be that.
Okay.
So that vehicle, you went there as part of a lawful operation and the vehicle was checked out and was recovered. So I'm not quarreling with that. You are now involved in an unlawful operation with him to help him effectively steal the stones. Why were you so confident to deal with him and you were not concerned that he might turn and report you or he's setting you up for an arrest? I'm trying to understand what informed your dealing with him in an illegal operation like this.
Okay, at that time, I will say because I wanted Mr. Mkwanazi to gain, to have money. So I didn't think straight that, okay, there was a possibility that what if he got the stones and he ran away? What will I say to other officers? I did have doubts before.
You're still not quite answering my question. It's maybe a different way of asking my question would be, had you been involved in other unlawful operations with Mr. Simon to the point where you are comfortable that you can conduct this operation with him and there was no risk of him reporting you?
No, it was the first attempt I did this. I did this information with him.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chairperson, if I might request our attorneys to please hand up a statement that we'll rely on. And the statement is already on record. It was the statement relied upon by Mr. Mkwanazi during his testimony in April of this year. I can also confirm that the witness has a copy of it. I can ask her. Witness K, Can I
Okay.
confirm that you have a copy in front of you titled Supplementary
Yes, I do.
Witness Statement of Julius Dr. Mkhwanazi? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So you have that statement with you.
Yes.
Thank you. Chairperson, can I ask that we label it as CJC 318, CJC 318, to join the exhibit bundle? Okay.
As I always do, may I request that this be placed where it should be?
It will be done, so
Thank you.
Chairperson. Thank you. Witness K, as indicated, the statement you have in front of you is the supplementary witness statement of Mr. Mkhwanazi. He relied on it when he appeared before the commission in April of this year. Just to place on record, for purposes of the record keeping, he particularly spoke to this statement on the 14th of April earlier this year, and it's reflected in page 170 of the transcript. I would ask you to please turn to page 5 of Mr. Mkhwanazi's statement, page 5. It's numbered at,
and there?
thank you, numbered bottom left, right? If you go,
Yes.
thank you. If you go to the last paragraph on that page, you should see a heading titled Team Deployed to the Suspects Who Were Defrauding Members of the Public with Fake Stones. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Indeed. So, witness K, when you look at that paragraph, it reads, it's unnumbered, but I'll take you through it. On the 8th of February, we had a joint operation with the province and JMPD, as we always do. You see that?
Yes, I do.
He continues on to say, we tasked members of the truck hijacking task team to join the other teams as per the request of Deputy Chief Inspector Gerald Maseko to attend with them, since it was affecting our areas and Johannesburg, and those members were selling fake stones on social media platforms, public, and members were being defrauded. Do you see that? There seems to be an error, but do you see where I'm reading from?
Yes, I do.
So, witness K, you see from that paragraph that Mr. Mkhwanazi was referring to the issue of defrauding the members of the public with fake stones. He was referring to the matter we're discussing today, which is the precious stones issue. And he says there in the first paragraph that we had a joint operation with members of the province and JMPD. That's how he describes what occurred, what you are here to speak about today. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Can I ask you if it's correct to say that you participated in a joint operation as it's reflected there in the paragraph on page 5? Were you part of a joint operation with province? Where you were tasked?
No, I was not.
You were not. Can I ask you to have regard to the fourth sentence of that paragraph, the fourth sentence? It says there, I'll read it for you. I'll read it for you. The sentence begins in the second line. It says, he says, we tasked members of the truck hijacking team to join the other teams as per the request of Deputy Chief Inspector Gerald Maseko. I'll stop there. Witness K, are you aware of or familiar with a Deputy Chief Inspector Gerald Maseko? Do you know such a person?
Yes, I do know him.
And how do you know him?
I usually saw him out of workplace, some like aside from work.
Aside from work?
Yes.
But for purposes...
Apart from work.
So you knew him in a work context. Am I understanding you or not?
I knew him as?
You knew him in a professional context. You knew him from work.
Yes, I knew where he worked,
All
and
right.
I also met him on several occasions outside of the workplace.
All right.
Is he JMPD or was he JMPD?
No, he's not JPD.
Who is he employed by, at least at this time?
He was working for province.
Traffic Department, Gauteng.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Let me ask this question. Did you see Deputy Chief Maseko on the day in question?
No, I didn't.
Are you aware that at some point during the day, both him, allegedly, and Commissioner Mkhwanazi went to the address in Kilani?
With him?
Yes.
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that Commissioner Mkhwanazi was at the address in Kilani while the operation was taking place?
Through the footage of the car, I can say yes, he was there, but I was not aware.
You did not know that before you saw the footage. Did they not tell you, either him or Stolz or Mackenzie? Did they not tell you that Mkhwanazi was there on the day in question?
No, they didn't tell me.
Okay.
I only gave the information and then they played around it, that how will they do it?
Thank you, Commissioner. Witness K, with reference to your knowledge of Deputy Chief Inspector Maseko, the question is, had you received a request from Deputy Chief Inspector Maseko to join or to attend at this joint operation as indicated by Mr. Mkhwanazi? Did you participate in a joint operation at the request of Deputy Chief Maseko on the day?
No, I didn't get any communication.
And Witness K, you cannot be part of a joint operation as a JMPD officer in circumstances where, as you've testified, you were off duty on the day. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you turn the page over of that statement,
Okay.
Mr. Mkhwanazi sets out in some detail what happens on the day. But if I'll draw your attention to the second paragraph from the top of the page where he says, but the briefing I got in the afternoon was that all paperwork was then handed over to the other team members. Did you receive any paperwork later that day related to the so-called joint operation?
No, I didn't get anything.
Thank you, Witness K. If you turn back to your witness statement, we're still on page 6.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. You are on paragraph 9T.
Okay.
Please continue from paragraph 19 on page 6.
Yes, I'm there.
You can read from paragraph 19, please.
Okay. A month or two after meeting at the car wash, Officer Stolz contacted me and told me that the owner of the stones had filed a criminal complaint and IPD was investigating them. She also told me that officials from the Independent Police Investigate Directorate, which is IPID, wanted to take down their warning statements. My WhatsApp communication with her is attached as X1.
Thank you, Witness K. Can I ask that before we go to those WhatsApps, can I ask that you just go back to your exhibit bundle, your second file?
Okay.
Please go to
I'm there.
page, thank you. Please go to page 19 of your exhibit bundle. It is CJC 313, page 19.
Okay, I'm here.
Just for context, you'll see that this is a statement. I won't read the deponent of the statement, but that is the complainant in the criminal case concerning the precious stones. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And
Yes, I do.
the deponent describes himself there in paragraph 1, and he sets out the purpose of the affidavit in paragraph 3. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Where he says, I wish to lay a criminal complaint against EMPD Department, in particular Constable Kershaw-Lee Stolz and EMPD Constable Mackenzie. Do you see that? And he sets out in some detail the context of his complaint. I'm going to ask you to look at page 20, just over the next page. There's a heading there that says background in bold. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
There, the owner of the stones, the complainant in this matter, he says, on or about the 4th of February 2023, I received a call from a man named Alan. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And he says he bought Sugarlight from me once in 2022. He continues to say, we have not been involved in business ever since he disclosed that his partner, Django, smuggles in abalone. Do you see that?
Okay, yes, I do.
Indeed. Do you know if that Django identified in paragraph 4 is the same person as the Django you have given evidence about today?
Yes, I do.
Is he the same person or is he not the same, according
It's
to
the same person.
the remainder of the paragraph? There says, Alan Barnes called asking if I had any Sugarlight. I told him that I only have about 67 kilos. However, I was not looking to sell these minerals as I intended to sell them at the Denver Mineral Show. In paragraph 5, the complainant says, Alan Barnes and Django then proceeded to call and message me persistently, asking me to sell my minerals to them. I declined each time. In paragraph 6, he says, during the same week, I also know that Alan, Django, Sonica Burden, and another dealer visited a Mr. Mohammed in Pretoria, where they told him that I have 67 kilograms of Sugarlight in my apartment. Mr. Mohammed then phoned 2 other dealers, and he lists them there, and told them that Alan had said, I have 67 kilograms of Sugarlight in my apartment. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Did you know that Django, who you've described as an informer, the person who asked you to get the stones, was familiar with, or at the very least had contacted the owner of the precious stones on the 4th in early February of 2023?
No, I was not aware.
You're not aware. So is it correct then to say that you were not aware that Django had repeatedly tried to purchase the precious stones from the owner earlier that month, according to the owner?
Yes, I was not aware.
You were not aware. And so then you were you aware that, you must then have been aware that Django was, at that point in time, in February 2023, aware that the owner of the precious stones indeed kept the precious stones inside his apartment?
Yes. That's what he told me, that the stones are still on that apartment.
Can
Ms.
I-
Bassett, before you leave that page, witness K, do you know the people identified or listed in paragraph 6 of that statement? So
No, I don't.
you don't know Alan Barnes.
No, I don't know them.
Do you know this person named Sonika Burden?
No, I don't know. I don't know
And then
them.
the
I only know Jem.
So you also don't know Rafi Mohammed?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Witness K, you indicated in paragraph 14 of your statement that Mr. Django had explained to you that he wanted the precious stones, but he wasn't able to access them for himself. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And basically that Mr. Django wanted to participate in this market, but he didn't know how to enter, or didn't know how to involve himself in that market. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And when you view that against the statement of the owner of the precious stones, that he had first initially attempted to buy the stones and then approached yourselves and the 4 individuals you've identified to steal the stones from him, would you agree that he attempted to purchase the stones and was unsuccessful and then proceeded to approach you and the other individuals to obtain the stones for him?
Yes, advocate. I was not aware until I read the statement now.
Until you read it right now.
Yes.
My final question for you in this statement, could I ask you to turn to page 25? We're still in the statement of the complainant. Please turn to page 25.
Okay.
Thank you. If you have, my apologies, let me check the paragraph number for you. Could you please turn back to paragraph 31 on page 24? Sorry about the mix-up. Page 24, paragraph 31.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you see that?
Yes, I'm there.
I'll read it for you. The officers, if you have reference to the paragraph before, you don't need to go there. He's referring to the 2 officers in the apartment. So he says in paragraph 31, the officers then proceeded to remove the 6 boxes of Sugarlight downstairs to their marked SAPS vehicles parked outside the apartment building on the street. This is the owner of the precious stone speaking. He then indicates that pictures of the Sugarlight are attached. I won't take you there. But in the final sentence there in paragraph 31, he says the market value of the Sugarlight minerals removed from my apartment is worth approximately 14 million rand. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Can I ask you to comment, in light of the owner's...
If you say approximately, so perhaps you should say approximately 15 million. If it's 14,9.
Indeed, Chair, it's generously, I'm actually being generous. It's more, to the tune of 15 million. Witness K, can I ask you to comment on the following? In light of the market value that the owner attaches to the Sugarlight that was removed from his apartment versus the amount that was paid to yourselves and the 4 other individuals, is there a comment that you would like to make between the differences in those amounts?
Okay, here I will say, I admit I followed up the information with the lack of knowledge as well from my side, because I couldn't tell even those boxes that were set on the table, what was the value for them at the time? How do we negotiate, or how do we finalize everything after he got what he wanted from us? So seeing this so much, yeah, I don't know if I should say I was used, and
Witness K,
I don't know.
sorry to interrupt you. I'm curious to know why you did not ask your friend who was knowledgeable about these precious stones. Why did you not ask him about the price or the value, seeing that you were so keen to involve him in whatever that you were doing? If he knew about permits, surely he would know what the value of these stones were.
Okay, I think that's my mistake, because after the boxes were handed over to Mr. Jengo, it means maybe I had to fetch him from where he stays, come and include him here so that he can also check them and say, no, if we have so much boxes, this is, like from receiving the stones, it was going to be maybe more administration and all that. So I was not even, like, I didn't have that knowledge that they will finally reach to this amount at the end of the day.
I'm looking at your statement. All of you even took the trouble of determining what the quality of the stones was in order to determine the price. And at paragraph 16 of your statement, it looks like there was a back and forth because Mr. Salmon was not happy with the quality of the stones, and there was then a negotiation to determine the price. During all that time, you did not consider it necessary to call this friend of yours who's knowledgeable about the stones to find out what the value of the stones is.
No, I didn't think of that.
Okay.
And who do you say used you? Is it Mr. Simon or the Mr. Simon?
Yes, Mr. Simon.
You can't really complain though, can you? Because
No.
you had robbed the owner of the stones. You can't really complain about having been used, can you?
No, I can't, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In fact, just to follow up on Chair's point, you had forgotten all about this. And then in February 2023, you are the one who reached out to Mr. Salmon because he had given you this information some time back while you were still in operations. You moved out of operations and you forgot about this. You then had a discussion with Brigadier then Mkhwanazi, and you are the one who reached out to Mr. Salmon, and he said he was still interested. So how can you then say he used you when it was you who reached out to him?
Oh, okay.
No, don't say,
Can I?
don't say, okay,
Can
I'm just giving you the sequence as it appears in your statement. And then
Yes.
I'm asking you to comment because you said to Chair, when Chair asked you who used you, my expectation would have been it was your boyfriend. But now you say the person who used you is this so-called informant. I'm saying based on your statement, he could not have been the one who used you because you are the one who reached out to him to say you want to do this in exchange for him paying you money.
True, Commissioner.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Witness K, you indicated in paragraph 18 that soon after that meeting at the car wash, you and Mr. Mkhwanazi stopped communicating. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Since that meeting at the car wash, have you spoken to him?
We only spoke early this year. No, okay, no, the same year, after Officer Stolz told me that IP is looking for us and all that, I also spoke to, yes, I also spoke to him
And,
when,
yes, please finish your answer.
no, I'm saying I only spoke to him later after when the IP were looking for us.
And you had earlier indicated that you had borrowed him some money. As things stand here today, have you been repaid?
No, he didn't pay me.
You had just wrapped up paragraph 19 of your statement. Can I ask you to go to paragraph 20 on page 6?
Okay, I'm there.
Please read paragraph 20 into the record before we turn to the chats.
Okay. It was only later that I found out that some of the stones were found in officers' Stolz and Mackenzie's possession. I was not aware that they did not hand over all the stones to Mr. Simon.
Thank you, witness K. Still in the same file 1, could you please go to your annexure X1? You only have one annexure, so just flip the page.
Okay.
Thank you. You indicate in your witness statement that these are your chats. This is your WhatsApp communication between yourself and Officer Stolz when she contacted you. Is that correct?
Yes, it's it.
So if we start at page 1, could you please tell the Commission the source of these chats, how they came to be in our possession?
I managed to get the screenshots from these chats and then I send them to you.
And attach them to your statement.
Yes.
Okay. Witness K, at the top of page 1, there is the letter KJ circled in a pink circled, and then right next to it, there are 2 words there, K Juju. I'm going to ask that the redacted version of the text be flighted.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm referring to there? KJ, sort of initials.
Yes.
Yes, and then next to it you see 2 words there, K Juju.
Yes, I see it.
Can I ask you what the K is a reference to? Is it a reference? What is the K a reference to?
To Kesha.
Okay, the first letter of her name. Or is that your nickname for her?
Yeah, that's the nickname for her.
And then the reference to Juju, what does Juju refer to there?
Julius, Mr. Mkonazi Julius, they call him Juju.
Who are communicating here?
It's me and Kesha Stolz.
Okay. And you called her Juju, what? So as to remember how you had saved her? So as to remember how you had saved her? If Juju is Miss Brigadier Mkwanazi, why call Kesha Lee Stolz Juju on your phone?
Okay, I know K through Juju. That's why I saved the number like this, so I can remember who's this K.
Oh, that was exactly my question. Thank you then.
Thank you, Chair. Witness K, just to confirm, you took these screenshots, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Using your own phone?
Yes.
And so they,
from my own.
Thank you. So they reflect chats between yourself and Officer Kesha Lee Stolz?
Yes.
Thank you. So for purposes of working through the chats, you will see that just under K Juju, there's a block there with the date. Do you see that? It says 6 May 2023.
Yes, I do.
And the first message on the left says, "Hi sister, it's Stoles from EMPD. When you can, I need to talk to you urgently." You see that?
Yes, I do.
And what is your response to that message from Officer Stoles?
Okay, I said hi.
So for purposes of direction, the messaging on the left, which appears in white, who is speaking there? So the messages on the left that appear in white are from Officer Stoles. Is that correct?
Yes, advocate.
And then,
Sorry, the texts themselves are all white. The background,
The background.
on the left is black and the
Yes.
background on the right is green.
I'll rephrase the question.
Yes,
Thank you, Chair.
yes, yes.
Witness K, if you have regard to that first message, the one on the left, you will see the lettering is in white, but the background is in black. Is that correct to say that is the message from Officer Stoles?
Yes, advocate, it is.
And then your response appears immediately beneath that, and it appears in a green background box. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And they follow a similar manner thereafter. If you go to,
Okay.
if you go to the message right after you say hi, that message there at 18:07, you see it? Officer 8,
Okay.
yes, 18:07, Officer Stoles there says to you, "Hi, we need to meet." You reply to say, "Okay, will do." You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. She then indicates in the next block, she says, "Let me know when, but needs to be before Wednesday next week. Will explain when I see you." Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
You then respond to say, "Okay, will." And that is the totality of your messages on the 6th of May. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
If you continue lower in that page, there is another block there with the date. It says, do you see that date there? 7th May 2023.
Yes, I see.
Okay. Officer Stoll says to you, "Hi, when are you off?" This is at 12:36.
Yes, I see.
And there's no response from you on that day. On the 7th of May, you did not respond to that message. Is that right?
Yes, I see.
So she contacts you again the following day on the 8th of May. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
That message is cut off at the bottom of the page, but I will ask you to turn to page 2, where it's copied in full.
Okay.
Okay, I'll read the message to you. She says, "Good morning. That white guy opened a case of theft and robbery against us, and iPad has the dockets." You see that? So who is that there on the page of top of page 2? When she says, "That white guy opened a case of theft and robbery against us," who do you understand white guy to be a reference to?
The owner of the stones.
And the reference to iPad, you understand that to be a reference to?
The CPS, like IP, yeah, yes, I do understand.
You understand that to be a
Yes,
reference, you understand that. You then say, "Morning, we will meet." And she
Okay.
responds to say, "Today, question mark, we have to give iPad statements. Friday, he wants to arrest us." And
Okay.
who do you understand that he to be, the he who wants to arrest us?
It's the investigating officer from IPIT.
And do you know his name?
It's Makakula.
You then continue towards the bottom of page 2, where Officer Stoles indicates she says to you at 6:36, she says, please, it's important. You see that? You had just above said to her, we will meet later today.
Okay.
I won't read the remaining messages. But if you go to the bottom of that page, the last message there, on page 2, Officer Stoll says to you, please get hold of Juju so he can explain everything to you so we can sort this out. She then says, this guy from iPad is evil. So that reference to the guy from iPad, she's saying Tulani Magagula from iPad is evil. Is that right?
Yes.
And Witness K, did you get hold of Mr. Mkhonazi as Officer Cole, or as Officer Stolz says there? She says, please get hold of Juju. Did you manage to get hold of Mr. Mkhonazi?
Yes, I did.
And what did you guys discuss?
He told me that the IPID are looking for them, so I must also be ready. They will be coming to our office as well.
So he was giving you a heads up about
Yes.
the investigation, right?
Yes.
If you turn to, if you look still on the bottom of page 2, you are, I won't go into it in detail, but you are speaking to Officer Stolz about arranging a meeting. Do you see that? For example, at,
Yes.
yes, at 8:36, she asked you, what time are we going to meet? And you say 6. She says, okay, cool, where? And you say choose, all right?
Yes.
If you, then there's the message you've just taken us through about Mr. Mkhonazi. If you flip the page to page 3, page 3,
Okay.
at the top of page 3 on the left, she says, I'm the one facing Alberton. And you then respond and say, okay, I'm facing Val, let me come that side. Can you just explain what was happening there? Were you on the same street, or what was the purpose of this communication, specifically when you say, let me come that side?
Okay, here it's two direction. One facing, I can say it's two direction. One facing north, one facing south. So I came to the one facing south, and she was standing facing the north. So I had to make a turn and go to the side facing the north.
Just a moment, Ms. Placid. Witness K, it looks like there are some chats that are missing here. Have you disclosed all your chats to the commission? Because it looks like if you just look at page 3, what we are looking at now, there are some chats that were exchanged between you and Stolz that precede this discussion about the direction she's facing and the direction you are facing. Because it appears here, and I don't know, so you will clarify this for us. It appears that the two of you would have arranged to meet at an engine garage on the R59, and one of you was facing the Val side, and the other one was facing the Alberton side. And you needed to, one of you had to use one of the off-ramps to go to the other side so that you can meet. But can you please give us that full picture, because it's missing from these chats?
I think she made it through cell phone if it's not here. Can I check all the pages? 1 minute, please.
Are you checking for us?
Yes, I'm checking. let me check through the dates, maybe. This was the 7, the 8, 7, 8.
Ms. K, in the interest of time, I gave you a summary that this would have involved a meeting at the engine garage in the R59, and you were on one side of the highway,
Yes.
she would have been on the other side. And one of you had to make an arrangement to go to the other side to meet with the other. Is that a fair
Yeah.
summary of what happened?
Yes, it's what happened. So I was checking if we did that. Maybe he told me via phone call, not WhatsApp.
No, then that is
I
fine.
think yeah, she might have called me that she will wait at the garage.
All right, that is fine.
Just that I didn't know where she's facing. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Witness K, still on page 3 of the chats. I just read the message at 4 minutes past 7, where you say, "Let me come that side." Officer Stolz then
Okay.
says, "Okay, no problem," and she describes the kind of, I'm assuming, motor vehicle she's in. Are you there with me?
Yes.
Yes. You then say, "Coming now," you ask for the color, and she provides it to you. Are we together?
Yes.
Okay. So when you got that side, when you arrived where Officer Stolz was, what happened when you got there? Did you get into her car? Did
I
she
think
get
that's
into?
where.
Yeah. Please continue. Yes.
No,
Please continue.
we stood outside just next to her car, and then I think that's where she explained to me that the IPID guy needs the statement, so he will also come to me and submit the statements and all of that.
And at the bottom of page 3, there is a long message. It's a dense message at the bottom there. Do you see it? It starts, "Good morning."
Yes.
Do you see that message? The message.
Yes, I do.
Yes. The message on the top has an arrow pointing to the right, and it says "forwarded." Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And generally, when a WhatsApp message has those words, has the word "forwarded" and is got those arrows, it indicates that the person who is forwarding the message to you isn't the person who actually wrote the message. They are forwarding you something that they themselves received. Are you aware of that?
Yes. Yes, I am.
So this message from Officer Stolz that starts, "Good morning," a warning statement is required from as per Putfontein case. Where did you understand she received that message from? Who do you understand actually wrote that message?
I think it should be from the IPID guy.
And when you say the iPad guy, is that a reference to Mr. Magagula?
Yes, Mr. Makaku.
And you're aware that he is the investigating officer on the Precious Stones case?
Yes, I am aware.
If you look in that long message in the box, can you please go to the 4th sentence from the bottom?
Okay, I am here.
So in the body of the text, the message indicates that a warning statement is required. Several matters are listed there. But for our purposes, it says Hillbrow, theft of precious stones, alternative robbery, impersonating a police officer, defeating the ends of justice, and the last one, murder and defeating the ends of justice, full stop. The message then continues to say, warning statements are required before the 12th of May 2023 or that date as per agreed with Kershaw and Mackenzie. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And then it continues on to discuss your right to remain silent. So you understood this message to originate from Inspector Magagula, and that it had been sent by
Yes.
him to Officer Stolz.
Yes.
And in that message, he was informing them that their warning statements are required on the 12th of May.
Yes.
And if you flip back to, I want you to confirm for us, Witness K, what date is it here when you are discussing this with Officer Stolz? If you flip back to page 1,
Okay.
please just check what date, if you're able to tell from the chats what date you're having this conversation with Officer Stolz. Yes,
I think it should be the 8th of May.
correct. Sorry, thank you, Witness K. If you then turn to page 4, you will see the chat is cut off, but it continues at the top of page 4.
Okay.
That box just beneath the chat, the box in green that says Magagula iPad, and it's sent at 18 minutes past 7. You see that?
Yes, I do.
That's the contacts for Mr. Magagula, is that so?
Yes, I do.
And why was Officer Stolz sending you the contact details for Officer Magagula?
That he will call me regarding the statement of the stones.
If you continue on, Witness K, there's a further forwarded message at the bottom of the page there. It's very
Okay.
similar to what's stated above. I won't take you through it.
Okay.
On page 5 there, at 46 minutes past 7, Officer Stolz asks you, are you safe? You then respond,
Yes, that's okay.
is that there? And you respond, home safe, thanks. Hope you home as well.
Yes, I see it.
Now, from reading this message, it suggests that the two of you had departed from where you had met, and you were confirming that both of you were now at home. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. There's some further messages there on the page, but I would like you to look at the message at 48 minutes past 7, your message at 48 minutes past 7,
Okay.
where you say to Officer Stolz, please be calm, we will sort this out soon. Say, please be calm, we'll sort this out soon. And
Yes, I see it.
when you say, we'll sort this out soon, you're referring to what?
I wanted Mr. Jengo to bring back the stones so we can book them to SAP 13 so that we can have the SAP 13 number for Mr. Magagula.
And is that what you mean when you say you will sort this out soon?
Yes.
When,
You are not a member at that time, you're not a member of a police station. How would you manage to put this into an SAP 13 of a particular station?
I was going to ask Mr. Jengo to give me the stones and I will liaise with Officer Stolz that I do have the stones with me. Can they go back to Rosebank Police Station and book them in?
So Officer Stolz would have been the one that takes them back to,
Yeah.
to Rosebank.
Yes.
How would that work if you're not being assisted by someone at Rosebank Police Station? How would it work after so much time has passed since the operation? How did you conceive it would work?
Because I was worried that it's me who came up with this information that means it has to be me also who close it. So all I wanted was the stones to be booked at the police station, so that when they want the SAP 13 number, they will get it, and the stones as well.
Were you planning to give your 22,000 rand share back to, and was there the agreement that everybody would give back their money to Simon?
I wouldn't mind to do so as well.
No, it's not a question of you minding. It is how was it going to work? And maybe let me premise my question with where I'm coming from. It seems to me that your plan could only work if you corrupted somebody at Rosebank Police Station to be part of this scheme. It seems that's the only way it could work. That's why I'm asking you, how would you do it? Time has passed. You've all taken the money and done with it whatever you wanted to do with it, or what you've done with it. You now say we will complete an SAP 13 that will then be taken to Rosebank, and then it's registered as if these stones came to Rosebank straight from an operation. In my mind, that works only if someone at Rosebank Police Station assists you in a corrupt way or in an unlawful way. That's why I'm asking, how did you conceive that your scheme to fix this would work practically?
Oh, okay. On my mind, I just wanted Mr. Jengo to bring back the stones. Then we'll go to the police station and tell them that after they received those stones at that flat, they didn't book them on that time. Can they book them now? So, but it was just for me to take chances. No, not that it was going to be successful at the end of the day.
All right.
Witness K, we're still on page 5 of your chats.
Okay.
Please go to the final block at the bottom.
Okay.
This
Yes,
is a
I'm
message.
there.
You see, thank you. You see, this is a message appearing on the left, sent to you by Officer Stolz. You indicate just above, you said, please be calm, we'll sort this out. You've explained what you meant by that. Officer Stolz then replies and says, I hope so, because all of this is killing us. She says, I don't want to sit in jail. Who will look after my daughter? She then says, so I will appreciate all the help. She continues on to say, Ken's is so depressed, he is drinking like crazy. Who is Ken's a reference to? I see it's in capital letters. Who's Ken's a reference to? Please, sorry?
It's McKenzie.
It's Officer McKenzie.
It's Officer McKenzie. Yes.
Thank you. She continues on to say, and the other guy, Etienne, he is thinking about ending his life. It's bad. Do you know, is that a reference to Etienne van der Walt, who you met at Nando's that day? Nando's on the day in February. Witness K?
Yes, it's I'm saying Etienne, it's the guy who was in civilian clothes.
Even though in an earlier part of your statement you referred to him as Andy.
And yes.
Could you then go to the next page?
Isn't Andy van der Walt? Etienne.
It's Etienne van der Walt, Commissioner.
I thought in
Yes,
am I wrong?
I just put the question to the witness to say she did refer to him as Andy van der Walt, but who does she understand Etienne here to be? And the witness indicated.
I see.
Yes. Thank you, Witness K. Please turn over to page 6.
Okay, I am there.
Thank you. Page 6 details some communication between you and Officer Stolz, but could I please draw your attention to the black block at the bottom of the page, just under the date 9th May
Okay.
2023. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Officer Stolz says to you, "Morning, my friend. Please let me know if that SAP 13 can be sorted. Pretty please. I hope you are warm." You see that?
Yes,
So,
yes, I do.
Witness K, just in reference to your exchange earlier with Commissioner Baloy, the purpose of an SAP 13, it's a register, correct, in a police station where you log seized goods. Is that correct?
Yes.
So how would it be possible for you to sort out the SAP 13 in May of 2023 when the events that happened in Kelani happened in February, some few months back?
I was going to let Keisha start to take chances as long as we have the stones with us.
But
Then
witness,
he can.
please continue.
And then she can come up with a story that after they got the stones, maybe something else came up quickly. She had to go back to the area, and she's been meaning to come back this side, but with fail or something. I don't know.
Witness Kate, does that answer make sense when you consider the importance of chain of command? Meaning it's important that you log seized goods into SAP 13 as soon as possible because you're attempting to secure the goods, the evidence that you've seized. So could there ever be an incident where you justifiably hold on to seized goods for almost 3 months and then after the fact attempt to log them? What can be said then about that chain of custody and ensuring the integrity of those seized goods?
That was a wrongdoing.
Can I just ask a follow-up?
Just explain this. I think a question by Commissioner Baloy touched on this, but I think I need clarity. How exactly were you expecting to get these stones from Mr. Sermon? Were you just going to say, "Oh, please give us the stones back," and with the hope that he would give them to you? How exactly did you expect to get them?
I was going to explain to him that the case has been opened regarding those stones. So can he bring the stones back if he still has in his possession?
Assuming that he
If
still
not,
had,
can he make a...
assuming that he still had them, you expected him to just take them out from wherever they were and just give them to you like that?
It was just to try the luck. Just...
So he would have donated the 110,000 rand to you then?
If Mr. Jengo wanted his money back, we give it back to him and he brings back the stones.
Yes, Witness K, looking at those chats on page 6, it seems to me that this SAP 13 issue was going to work the other way around. Stolz was expecting you to attend to the SAP 13 and to tell her once you have done so. And it goes back to Commissioner Baloy's question that the only way you could do this is by corrupting an officer at Rosebank Police Station to create a fraudulent SAP 13 entry. That's really what you had in mind, because nowhere in these chats are you saying Stolz is the one that must attend to the SAP 13. Do you want to comment?
Okay, after if I manage to get the stones back, I was going to tell him that I'm not the one who went to Rosebank Police Station on the day of the 11th of February. So when she writes the SAP 13, she needs to go back to them and tell them that on this certain day I was here and something came up. Just another lie on top of problems as well, just for us to book those stones back.
I can tell you now, Witness K, that what you are saying does not make sense, and it seems like you are not being truthful to us. What you had in mind was that you were going to corrupt a SAPS official, either at one of the Joburg police stations or at Rosebank, to create a fraudulent entry so that that can be given to IPID to create a facade that these exhibits were booked in February of 2023. Because an entry that is created in May was not going to explain the chain of custody from February until May, which is a period of 3 months. The only way this makes sense if something fraudulent was done to create a fraudulent entry, and that could only be done if an officer was corrupted to create that entry in SAPS's books. Do you agree?
Yes, I hear you, Commissioner.
Do you agree? She hears
No,
me.
I don't have it.
Sorry, Chair.
I'm sorry.
Do you agree? It's different. Hearing me and agreeing with what I said are two different things. Do you agree that the only way this could make sense is if somebody was corrupted and a fraudulent entry was created?
It's just that, okay, the way you put it, it does make sense, but it's just that I don't have anyone inside that I could have communicated with for that person to help us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Witness K, we are on page 7. I'm just going to draw your attention to some messages I'd like to discuss with you there. If you have a look at 1032, you see some hearts there from Officer Stoles. You see them?
Yes, I do.
And those hearts follow on just above a message where you said, "Hi, babes, okay, will do." You see that?
Yes, I do.
And so if you read your "Hi, babes, will do," if you read it in reference to the earlier message from Officer Stoles, where she says, "Please let me know if the SAP 13 can be sorted, pretty please." So when you say,
Yes.
"Babes, okay, will do," you are referring to the SAP 13 being sorted. Is that right?
I can say after I received the stones, that's where I will tell him that at least we are on the verge to sort out the SAP 13.
And by sorted out, do you mean obtaining it and attempting to log the stones?
Yes, obtain the stone first and then we can do the SAP 13 after.
Witness K, just under the message with the hearts emoji that you received from Officer Stoles, she sends you a message at 12:05. That's the timestamp there. She says, "I also need to sit with you or get your input on the statement I have to give when we get the SAP 13. She then, in the next message, says to you, "Please, when you can give me an update, my friend, my nerves are finished." Are we together there?
Yes, I do.
And the reference at 12:05 to a statement, it's that warning statement that Inspector Magagula had demanded by the 12th.
Yes,
Is that
Advocate.
correct? Thank you. If you go lower down,
Sorry. And what exactly do you think she was referring to when she was talking about getting the SAP 13? Is that the register, or is that what, having an entry in the register? What exactly do you think, or did you think at the time she was talking about? What was,
Okay.
open
Can I-
quote, getting the SAP 13, close quote? I'm not asking you about what you understand now, but about what you understood then.
I'm sorry, Chairperson, can you repeat the question?
She says, I also need to sit with you or get your input on the statement I have to give when we get the SAP 13. I want to know what exactly she was referring to when she was talking about the SAP 13. Was that the register, or was that an entry in the SAP 13 register? What exactly was getting the SAP 13? What was she talking about?
Maybe how are we going to write that SAP 13? Why they were booked after so long?
I'll leave it. I wanted to know what SAP 13 is. Is it the register, or is it an entry in the register?
Okay, SAP 13, it's a register book where after we confiscated everything, that's where we write them in.
No, I
and
know.
we register.
Sorry, Witness K. I know what an SAP 13 register is. I just wanted to get an idea of what she was talking about here. Was she talking about the register, or was she talking about an entry in the register, or was she talking about something else? But if you can't answer my question, it's fine.
Thank you, Chair. Witness K, can I ask you to go to the bottom half of page 7?
Okay.
We'll see that there are some missed calls between yourself and Officer Stolz, but I would like to draw your attention to the message with the timestamp 13:33. Do you see that message? 33
Yes, I
minutes
do.
past 1. Officer Stolz sends you a message saying, Kenzie called me now. He said that Magagula even download our phones without a warrant. In the next message box, it says, but it's all rumors, but still this man, he is really do bad things and thinks he can do what he wants and get away with it because he is iPad. Your response immediately thereafter, you say, let's allow him to do as he please. We're under his shadow. Now we need to beg him. You see that?
Yes.
Did you ever reach out to Mr. Magagula? Did you ever beg
No.
him, as you say there? No.
No, I didn't.
If we flip over the page to page 8,
Okay, I'm here.
Officer Stolz says to you, we've tried to do everything to get him to stop and he won't. She says he is out for our blood. We think he is working with EMPD to get us out. What do you understand by he's out for blood?
Yes, I think he wanted the arrest.
And where she says to you, we think he's working with EMPD to get us out. What did you understand that to mean?
No, I don't.
You don't know what it means when she says we think he's working with EMPD to get us out?
No, I don't.
Do you see, if we scroll down a little bit, Officer Stolz then says to you, I am scared at 13:36.
Yes, I see.
You see, there's some messages between you two, but she says there at 13:36, I'm scared. And she then says in the message thereafter, but we must still do the SAP 13 thing because he always looks harder after people go to see him. Do you see that message?
Yes, I do.
The reference there to he always looks harder, that's a reference to Mr. Makagula, is it not?
Yes.
And when she says after people go to see him, do you know what she meant by that?
No, I don't.
All right. Just to wrap up then the balance of the page, you can see again, Officer Stoll says to you at 14 minutes past 7 that she needs to speak to you, it's urgent. And she reaches out to you again at the bottom of the page on the 10th of May, and she asks you again, hi dear, have you heard anything? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Witness K, if you turn over the page.
Before you turn over the page, what was she talking about when she said, have you heard anything? She obviously was expecting something from you, feedback from you. So what is she talking about?
I think she wanted to know if I managed to get the stones, or have I heard anything from my office that Makakula is looking for me. It should be between those two. I can't remember now.
You're saying it's one of the two?
Yes.
Because that's what you were discussing, you and her.
Yes. That Makakula is looking for us, and
Okay,
the story of the SAPD.
all right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Witness K, still on the bottom there of page 8, there is, right under the text that says, hi dear, have you heard anything? Immediately under that, do you see that box there with the...
Yes, I do.
Yes, with a triangle and the initials KJ there. That reflects a voice note,
Yes.
a voice recording, does it not?
Yes, it is.
Do you recall what that voice note said?
No, I can't remember.
Can I...
No, I can't remember.
If you turn over to page 9, please, Witness K.
Okay.
There seems to be some text that's cut off at the top of the page at 1636.
Okay.
But immediately thereafter, at 1641, Officer Stoll says to you, I know why Magagula is pushing these things against us. EMPD is putting pressure on him because they want us gone. Is there a way to ask him if we resigned, will it make his life easier? You then respond and you say, okay, let me ask. So, did you ever ask? And who did you ask?
Can I read it again? I'm sorry.
Page 9.
It's the second message. Is there a way to ask him if we resigned, will it make his life easier? That's Officer Stoltz asking you, talking about Magagula, and then you say, okay, let me ask. And you're being, did you
okay,
ever
yes.
ask?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. Witness K, the message immediately thereafter in the sequence.
Maybe before you do the message, immediately thereafter. You see, this last message from Stoltz, is there a way to ask him if we resigned? And your response, they suggest that you are speaking to Mr. Makagula. Otherwise, that response from you doesn't make sense at all. You say, okay, let me ask. And you have consistently been saying to the evidence leader that you never reached out to Mr. Makagula, but here it suggests that you do have access to him or a way of speaking to him, either directly or through somebody else. But that response there is an indicator that you do have access to speak to him or an ability to put that question to him. Otherwise, you would have said, I have no way of asking. You say, okay, let me ask. So I think I have the same concern as expressed by Commissioner Kumalo earlier that it seems you're not telling us everything there is to tell about what happened here and your engagements. And,
Okay,
and I say this starting from, you were given the business card of Mr. Magagula. There has to be a reason why you were given that business card. It wasn't just so that you have it. It was given to you for a purpose. It has his telephone number, so there's a good reason that Ms. Stolz thought to give you that business card. But then this communication and the latest that we are looking at now indicates or suggests, let me say, suggests that you do have a way of getting communication to Mr. Magagula. Otherwise, this doesn't make sense. Do you want to comment?
No, okay, yeah, with Officer Keisha, she wanted me to communicate with Magagula, and I didn't. I waited for him to communicate with me. I didn't make any contact with Magagula. So here, when I say let me ask, I don't know who. Maybe I wanted to ask so that if they resign, will it be easy for them or not? But I just can't remember when I wrote this. I meant to ask somebody else or to ask or to agree to her that yes, I will ask Magagula. But I never had any communication with Magagula.
May not have had communication with even if you didn't have communication with Mr. Magagula, but your response suggests that you do have an in. There is someone that you believe as you respond that you can speak to and ask them that question. That's what this response means. And even if it were accepted that you don't remember now who you had in mind, but you look at that communication now, you have to accept that it does suggest that you had somebody in mind, whether Mr. Magagula or another person that you say you don't remember, but it suggests on its face that you had somebody in mind that you thought you could ask this question or you could pose this question to. Can you at least accept that's what your response suggests?
Yes, I see it, Commissioner. I agree.
You agree it suggests you thought at the time that there's someone you can ask?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Witness K, remember on page 7, you had already said that you need to beg Mr. Magagula. Do you remember the chat on page 7?
Yes.
So that could only have been IPID's Mr. Magagula that you were going to speak to. Not so?
I can't remember.
Okay.
Witness K, just to tie up one issue before we break for lunch. If you go to if I can ask you to turn back to page 8, please, right at the bottom of page 8.
Okay.
Page 8. I asked you if you recall the content of that voice note, and you said no. And you see at the bottom there's a missed voice call at 16:33. Do you see that?
On page 8.
Bottom of page 8. The last, yes, there's a missed voice call at 16:33. Do you see that? And if you flip to the top of page 9, please turn over.
Okay.
There's a message there that's cut off. But because these are your screenshots, are you able to read what is there that you said at 16:36?
I think I'm on load shedding, babes.
Thank you, Witness K. Chair, can I propose, it's almost 1 o'clock.
How much longer do you think we are going to be? We were just thinking, should we not finish? But that depends on how much longer you think you're going to be.
Chair, can I ask that we take the lunch adjournment? And I'll try and be as brief as possible once we resume.
I'm not rushing you, no. All right, let's adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Kasedi.
Thank you, Chair. Witness K, can I check that you're there, you're with us, and you can hear us?
I can hear you, Advocate.
Witness K, we are still on page 9 in your first file. We're dealing with the chats.
Yes, okay, I'm here.
You'll remember just before we closed for lunch, you read out that first message on the top of page 9.
Yes, I did.
I had already taken you through the 2 messages that follow that, as well as
Okay.
your response at 1731 on page 9. Are we together?
Yes.
Thank you. The message immediately below that says, "Hi dear, okay, so tomorrow morning we meeting with our attorney at 10 for our statements. Our attorney is now saying we must not give statements, but we don't know why. We will find out in the morning." Officer Stolz then says, "So if possible, will you have an answer before 10 in the morning? Because what I'm worried about is Magagula is delaying with you so he can still get our statements and make a deal." What is Officer Stolz saying she needs an answer from you about before 10 in that message?
I can't recall well, but maybe he wanted to know about my statement. When am I submitting my statement and all that?
And that answer wouldn't have to do with the issue of the SAP 13 that you had just been discussing the day before.
It's okay. If not, it should be about my statement. When am I submitting my statement?
But had you been approached to submit a statement at that point?
No, not yet.
So why would she have the view that it was about you submitting your statement, if at that point you hadn't been?
Okay, can I read this paragraph again? I'm sorry. Oh, I can't recall well
All right, witness.
when I answered.
All right.
Yes.
Witness K, immediately beneath that last text, you will see the date of 11 May 2023. That's at the bottom of page 9.
Yes, I see it.
You send a message at 4:51 where you say, "Morning, okay." So you're responding to the message before. And
Yeah.
Officer Stolz then sends you a message later that evening, 1924, where she says, "Hi, Han, please read through and then let me know what changes you want me to make." Please turn over the page.
Okay.
You see that document copied
Yes, I
in the
see
body
it.
of page 10. What is that document? Do you recognize it?
Yes, it's the warning. It should be the warning statement.
And so by sending those 2 images of the warning statement to you, Officer Stolz is saying to you, "Please read through and let me know what changes you want me to make."
Yes, I can see that.
Witness K, if you turn over the page to page 11,
Yes, I'm there.
you see at the top of the page something is cut off, and it's a continuation, if you look, of the document at page 10.
Yes, I see
You
it.
see that it's stamped 1924, so both the pictures there are stamped 1924.
Yes, I see.
At the top of page 11, at 1944, you respond to the warning statement and you say, "Hi, can't you say informer instead of JMPD officer?" Are you there?
Yes.
Now that reference to JMPD officer is a reference to you. You've confirmed that earlier.
Yes. Yes,
So-
I did.
So now you are asking Officer Stolz to change the part of her warning statement where she mentions you, and you're saying instead of mentioning the officer, the JMPD officer. So you're proposing here, instead of saying JMPD officer, informer, say informer. And let me ask you, what's the reason for proposing that change? What is the motivation? Why did you want her to say informer as opposed to identifying the fact that there was a JMPD officer involved? Is it
I
because
was
you didn't...
afraid to be.
Please continue.
Okay, I'm sorry. I meant to say I was afraid to be in trouble at work.
So-
If he submits this as JMPD officer, it means that Makakula must come to our office and look for me.
And so you proposed this because you didn't want to be identified as a result of the warning statement by Officer Stolz.
Yes.
Can I then ask you to go to the message immediately below that? She says to you, in which part? 1944, she says to you, in which part? So just for context, the message before you say, hi, can't you say informer instead of JMPD? And she then says to you, in which part? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you see there's another message there that say we booked them at SAP 13? I'll come back to that message. Do you see the message
Okay.
immediately beneath that, where you say where you got the info from?
Yes.
Do you see that message? Now, do you see the top of the message where it says K Juju, and it highlights her question to you, in which part?
Yes, I see it.
And then your response is where you got the information from.
Yes.
So by asking Officer Stolz to change from JMPD to informer, it's because you didn't want it to be identified that she had gotten the information from you, the JMPD officer. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, Witness K, that's the first proposal you made to Officer Stolz. But if we just go back one line to the message at 1944, where you say, and we booked them at SAP 13. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Actually, I misread that. You say, and say, we booked them at SAP 13. But that can't be correct. Nothing was booked at SAP 13, is that right?
Yes.
And so you were proposing that Officer Stolz say that something was booked at SAP 13, knowing that it wasn't.
Yes.
Witness, can I ask you to go a little bit lower on the page where you say at 1945, let me finalize the Rosebank 13 tomorrow and book the stones, then we are sorted. You then say to her in the next line, please don't give now the statement till you get the SAP 13. Where was Officer Stolz supposed to get the SAP 13 from you? Where was she supposed to get the SAP from? Was she not supposed to get it from you, from a reading of that message?
Yeah, the way I wrote it,
Suggests.
it's so different to.
Please continue.
I'm saying the way I wrote it, it's so different to my thinking actually of how will I do this.
Let me ask it this way, Witness K. Witness K?
Yes, okay.
Let me ask the question this way. At 1945, you say, let me finalize the Rosebank 13 tomorrow. That is a reference to SAP 13, is it not?
Actually, it was for me to get the stones first, and then we can do anything after.
Indeed, but if we speak about the after, so if we leave the issue of the stones and we speak about the after, when you say, let me finalize the Rosebank 13 tomorrow, that has to be a reference to the SAP 13. So you're saying, let me finalize the SAP 13. And then in the next message you say to her, don't give the statement until you get the SAP 13. Is that a fair reading of your message there?
Yes, it is.
If I can then, let's move to the,
According to this, you are going to arrange the SAP 13. The Rosebank SAP 13, that's what this message says.
Yes, that's how I wrote it, yes.
That's what you're communicating, or that's what this communicates. You were responsible to arrange the Rosebank SAP 13 and then to book the stones in. That's what you're conveying here.
Yes.
Thank you.
thank you, Commissioner. Witness K, still on page 11, the second last message from the bottom of the page. Officer Stoll says, I can't say an informant called me and I acted on their info, because remember, it's out of my area. But your statement can say that you got the info from an informant and you booked it into the SAP 13. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that a response to your question where you say, can't you say informant instead of JMPD officer? So Officer Stolz is replying to say, no, I can't, because in fact I was acting outside of my area. And you can say that you got the
Yes.
information.
Okay.
And the last text message on that page, you see there's a message there from you to her where you say, please don't give now the statement till you get SAP 13. And she responds to say, I have to hand in the statement at 10, otherwise Magagula is coming to arrest us.
Yes, I see that.
Thank you. Witness K, if you're now on page 12, the two of you continue to discuss the issue of the statement. Do you see the, can I draw your attention to the third last message from the bottom of the page? Third last message
Okay.
from Officer Stolz
Yes, I see it.
at 1950.
Okay.
She says to you, I'm sure that nothing will come from this if you can get through to whoever is the IPID investigator for Johannesburg. You then respond and you say, okay, we'll update you. Let me ask you, what did you understand her to mean when she says, I'm sure that nothing will come from this if you can get through to whoever is the IPID investigator? What does she mean by get through to the IPID investigator for Joburg?
I think, okay, we were supposed to get IPID people from Joburg side, because I think Makakula was coming from East Rand side. So if I had somebody in Joburg from IPID who can help us with this matter.
And help you how? So if Officer Stoll says nothing will come from this if you can get through to an IPID investigator, what did you understand that help to be? Making the case go away, or what kind of assistance?
Well, I can't remember well here what we really needed from the IPID guy, the one in Joburg.
Except to say that you were going to request them for help with the case. Is that right?
Oh, I can't remember.
Thank you, Witness K.
Can I suggest what it looks like? Witness K, it looks like you were being tasked to influence IPID or someone at IPID to get this case dropped or not going anywhere. That's what it looks like. And it is consistent with why you got the business card of Mr. Makakula and the earlier message where you were sent to find out whether if these officers resigned, that would make Makakula happy. So you were responsible to find someone that would corruptly bring this case to an end. That's what it looks like. In fact, in so many words. And I'm not quite convinced with your you don't remember. This was very important. You and these people were facing the possibility of arrest and prosecution, and you were clearly from these communications talking about how to squash this, this investigation, and therefore to bring any possible charges to naught. It can't be that you don't remember what you were supposed to do with IPID. Maybe at the time you may not have known people in IPID, you didn't know who you would talk to, but what is clear from this communication is your task was, and what you were undertaking, was that you would speak to someone at IPID that would bring this investigation against you and therefore charges to an end. That's what it is. In your own words. Do you want to comment?
No, I'm saying it is true, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Mr. President.
Thank you, Commissioner. Witness K, we can then turn over to the next page, please, page 13. You will see there at page 13, there's a block at the top of the page that says 12th of May, 2023. That's the date on which the warning statements are due, is it not? Yes. And
okay,
you see there, the first block is a message from yourself, and you say, "Good morning, just a thought." An informant doesn't have specific area where he or she gets information for issue. I think let's not point each other out, because it will result to case being more strong. Mine must state the ending of the stones. I can't say what happened as well, because fire will be out, hell will break loose. In the next paragraph you say, I think state that information came from informant and 299 was done. Don't mention being handed over to me. A lot will be mentioned later. As you say at the end of your statement, make it short for now. Sorry for the inconvenience. So this is you providing your views to Officer Stolz about what she should put into that statement. Is that right?
yes.
And you are saying to her, let's not point each other out, i.e. you're saying to her that she mustn't identify you in the warning statement.
Yes, because I think from her statement, she mentioned that she gave the stones to me, something like that. So I didn't want her to mention that on her statement, because if she's stating that she gave the stones to me, I must also state at the end of the day that after receiving those stones, there was an exchange of money and she also benefited. So if she says this, I'll also say this to her. I'll also say this about her. So rather, she mustn't mention me, because if she mentions me, at the end of the day, it will lead to what happened to the stones at the end of the day.
Witness K, you recall that I took you to the statement earlier of Officer Stolz. And
Yes.
you noticed that she didn't, change the statement. There was a referral still in the statement to a JMPD officer. Did you see that?
Yes.
So when you, at the bottom of that first paragraph, when you say, I can't say what happened as well because all hell will break loose, what do you mean by that?
In her statement, she's not mentioning how many people were involved in this statement. She's not mentioning Mr. Mkhwanazi. So if I had to write my own statement, I was going to be honest and mention all the people who were involved in this information.
And so please continue.
I'm saying that's what I meant, because with her, she's only mentioning me. She's not mentioning Mr. Mkhwanazi. And I was not going to leave it like that. I was going to mention everyone who took part on that day.
Thank you, Witness K. If you just go further down that page, she responds to you at 4:46. She says, I will call you just now. Did you receive that call from her, either through WhatsApp or through other means? At the bottom of page 13, she highlights your message and she says, I will call you just now.
Yes, I see it, but I think it was still early in the morning. Mm-hmm. I doubt if she did call
you. And
especially in these early hours.
And the message immediately beneath that, Officer Stoll says, have you not made any movement with Magagula? And she says, we have made plans to sort out the DPP that side when the case goes. With reference to the first part of that paragraph, where she says, have you made any movement with Magagula? She's obviously referring, as she did before, to whether you've managed to speak to him or reach him. Had you in fact made any movement with Magagula?
No, I didn't do anything.
At that point in time, which is May of 2023, had you ever spoken to Mr. Magagula? Had you met him at that point in time?
No, I didn't.
That last sentence, where Officer Stoll says, we have made plans to sort out the DPP that side when the case goes. DPP can only be Director of Public Prosecutions, is that right?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. So what do you understand by the sentence, we have made plans to sort out the DPP that side when the case goes? What do you understand her to be meaning with that sentence?
To have the case taken out of the court roll.
Okay. And Witness K, according to you, who has the power to have a case taken off the court roll?
It's not the prosecutor. I'm not sure.
Thank you, Witness K.
The investigating officer. It should be the investigating officer.
No, DPP is not the investigating officer. It's the public prosecutor. And what she's telling you is that they have made arrangements with a DPP this side. And I'm sure you will still get there. It is repeated further on. You don't ask who is the DPP. So I want to suggest to you that you knew and understood that she's telling you that they have someone in the office of the public prosecutor that side. Would be likely Johannesburg, but you understood what she's conveying to you. This you're now saying would be the investigator is not correct. It can't be. You know DPP is the public prosecutor.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Ms. Mutlasiri.
And in this case, you knew that the investigating officer was IPID. You knew it was Mr. Magagula. So they can't be referring to another investigating officer.
Oh, okay.
And what do you mean
my
by... Oh, finish your sentence.
No, I'm saying my apology. It just said other messages I can't recall. I'm even checking the times, what time she sent it, what time did I reply, and yeah, sorry.
And what do you mean by okay in response to the question by Commissioner Baloyi? What does okay mean? I would have,
No, I'm saying
I would have understood if you said you agree.
Yes, I do agree when she says DPP, it is public prosecutor.
And also that you knew exactly what Ms. Storrs was talking about with regard to the DPP. Hence, you did not ask who that was. You agree with that as well?
No, I can't say I do. I do agree. Just that the time she sent it, and
But why?
my response late.
Why would you
I
not
don't
have?
know.
Why would you not have asked who she was talking about?
I'm checking the time she sent the message. It was 10 to 5, and I only came back to her 6:30 in the morning.
But when you came back to her, you were still responding to the last thing she had said, or not?
Maybe I was just responding so that I can just respond so that she mustn't say I'm ignoring her and all that. I didn't read that message with understanding.
You did not read the text, you say?
I did read, but not with understanding. I can't tell what happened that day because I'm just trying to remember.
This is hard to believe, witness K. This is hard to believe. You can't answer for the sake of answering because you say you were just responding. You can't respond for the sake of responding, can you?
Okay, when I check my message here, it's like this one, the one that she says, have you not made any movement with Makakula? It's like on our chats, I didn't respond to that. I only responded to the next message she sent at 5:12, where she says, "Is there no way to sort out the SAP 13? Then we don't need to submit any statement at." Then I only responded to that. Okay, let me get someone at 13 then. It's like I only responded to this. This one of DPP, I don't know what happened.
Yes, Ms. Muslasedi.
Thank you, Chair. So witness K, when you respond there at 6:29 on page 14, when you say, okay, let me get someone at 13 then, you are meaning that you were then going to make an attempt to find someone who could assist you with the SAP 13 register. Is that not so?
Yes, I think it was like that. It's just that with Officer Kesha, I won't say she was on my nerve, but it's someone who kept on calling, and if you don't answer her, it will be as if I'm avoiding her or I got what I wanted. Then she's on her own and all that. So I think sometimes I will just answer just for her to think that I am working on it, even though I know that I was not doing any research of someone working at SAP 13 and all that.
That's not entirely true. What I see here is that you were trying to save your skin because she was not prepared to say that it was an informer that had started all this, and you were pushing her to say that, and you were saving your skin because she wanted to say it was you that started it, and you did not want her to say that. So you were actually engaging her throughout, and what you were looking out for was your own interest. You did not want her to say, you started it all. What do you say?
Okay, I acknowledge, Chairperson.
Does that mean you agree? Does acknowledgement mean agreement?
It's just that I can't remember actually all these conversations and all my
No,
up and downs.
but
So
Ms. Musha said he's taking you. Ms. Musha said he's taking you through it, so you can't say you don't remember. You see it now, and as you see it, surely you remember what was going on. And I've just suggested to you that part of what we've seen is that you are pushing as hard as possible, and I think it's more than once, for her not to mention a JMPD officer who was obviously you, and you've agreed that that was reference to you. You were pushing hard for a JMPD officer not to be mentioned, but rather that it should be said it was an informer. So you were actively involved in this. Don't try to give us the impression that at times you would just be responding for the sake of it. You were closely on the lookout to look out for anything that just might implicate you. Is that not correct?
Okay, it is correct. It's just that maybe I was not happy. Why does she only want to include me and not include all the members who took place
Exactly.
on the information?
Exactly my point. Exactly my point. You did not want to be included. But you said you agree. All right, thank you. Yes, Ms. Muhlasedi.
Thank you, Chair. If we can move on, witness K, we're still on page 14. You say there at 6:29, you say, okay, let me get someone at 13 then. Who is that person at 13 that you're saying you're going to get?
Yes, that's what I said, yes.
Who is the someone that you are referring to? The person at 13 that you are referring to there?
I didn't have anyone at SAP 13 back then. I was just answering her.
And so when you say you're going to get someone at 13, so if you're saying you didn't have someone, but you're saying in the sentence that you're going to get someone, that suggests you're going to make an effort to get someone then?
Yes, that's how it is.
And how would you go about getting someone at SAP 13? How would you go about something like that?
I was not going to do anything. I was just answering her.
You were just answering her for the sake of answering her?
Yes.
That can't be what was going on. You are at risk of losing your job. You are at risk of being prosecuted. You were operational. You were a traffic officer, so you know the people at Rosebank Police Station. I think we can accept that. You can contradict me, but I want to assume or take it as a given that in the normal course of the discharge of your functions in the JMPD, you would have worked and have some contacts and relationships work relationships with people in Rosebank Police Station. So as you consistently talk about collecting the stones, remember you did say to us that you were hoping to collect the stones from Mr. Simon, have them entered in the SAP 13 form and then register and then take it to police station. Somehow you say you were thinking you would do that. So you were not just answering here. You still were thinking that there is a way. You still believed there was a way where you could pull this off. Surely.
But I didn't have anyone at that time. I didn't know anyone.
Are you telling us that at the time, are you telling us that you've never had relationships, whether working or otherwise, with the police at Rosebank?
No, I don't. I don't have communication or contact
So how
with anyone at Rosebank.
So when you started earlier, remember in your testimony earlier, you said your plan was you would collect the stones. You remember that exchange where we asked you, so were you going to pay back the money You said your idea was you would collect the stones and then get the SAP 13 completed at Rosebank, even though it was late. You must have had a plan of how you were going to go about it. This was not you just saying. This was still part of your plan. Maybe you were going to fail, but that was still the plan. Your plan was you were going to, in a corrupt way, have the SAP 13 at Rosebank completed. I don't, speaking for myself, I don't accept your explanation that you were just responding about this SAP 13 thing. No, you were not just responding. You were thinking and hoping that you would be able to achieve it. You can comment if you want to.
No, it's true, Commissioner.
In fact, Witness K, it was you who told Keshali Stalls that she must not submit her statement until you have this SAP 13. So you knew that a statement was imminent and it has to be given to IPID. And you had given her assurance that you will get the SAP 13 before she submits her statement. So it cannot be correct to say you were just playing around. You had no intention of going ahead with obtaining or rather making sure that the exhibits are booked on the SAP 13.
No, I acknowledge my apology.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Witness K, if we then move on to the message immediately thereafter, I'll read it for you. Officer Stoll says, "We will brat this, I promise you. We know the white guy who opened the case isn't clean either." You then respond and you say, "Okay, dear, true." She then says, I meant to say we will beat this, not brat." There's some emojis there and she says, "I stress." The second sentence there, she says, "But we already have someone at DPP as well." And when you saw that message where she says she has somebody at DPP, what did you understand that to mean? Especially in light of your response where you say no harm. So what did you understand her to mean when she says we already have someone at DPP JHB as well?
I don't want to lie. When I see this word DPP, my mind just go blank. I can't remember. I don't want to lie. I can't recall what came in my mind as I was replying. I don't want to lie.
So, Witness K, you'll remember that on the page before, Officer Stolz had told you that we have made plans to sort out the DPP that side when the case goes. So she's clearly saying there's a plan, and that plan involves somebody in the office of the DPP, and it relates to the case. So where we're reading now, she's confirming to you what she already said before, which is we already have someone at the DPP. Is that not so?
Yes, I see it.
And can I ask you, just the message above that, when Officer Stoll said to you at 6:30, "We know the white guy who opened the case isn't clean either," your response to her was, "Okay, dear, true." What are you saying is true there? Why is she saying the white guy who opened the case isn't clean either?
I can't remember, but
You can't recall.
No, I can't recall, sorry.
But you agreed with her when she said the white guy who opened the case isn't clean either. Is that a fair reading of that message, that you agreed with her?
Yes, I did agree.
You also agreed with her, you also reply there at 6:33, when she says to you, "I meant to say we will beat this," and she says, we already have someone at DPP, you then say no harm, and we'll keep on praying. So when you say no harm, is that to be read with her message, and you're saying there's no harm in having somebody at DPP as well? How do we read those two messages together?
Yeah, I think I was replying to that.
And if you go
But
down,
sorry?
if you go down
Okay,
that, Witness K?
Okay, no, I'm listening.
Okay. If you go to the bottom of the page at 6:35, Officer Stoll says, those rocks, he won't ever get a permit for it, right? So he can never claim it from SAPS anyway. And you respond there to say, true. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? That because there was no permit, he couldn't claim it? What do you mean when you say to her that's true?
I think I meant even if we book those stones at the SAP 13, he cannot go to the police station and ask for those stones back because he didn't have any paperwork with him.
Even though at that point in time you hadn't booked the stones, do you accept that?
Yes, I do.
And that last sentence at the page, Officer Stoll says to you, we just need to get someone who can make the case go away. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
If you turn the page to 15, the message is repeated again at the top. It says, we just need to get someone who can make the case go away. And the first two words that you respond to there, you say, will get. You see that?
Yes, I see.
And what do you mean by that? By will get, in respect of her saying you need somebody who can make the case go away? Are you suggesting that somebody who can make the case go away will be found? What does that mean?
Can I read it? I'm sorry. I think I meant we will get someone who will help us, but I don't know who was in mind at the time.
So you do confirm that you are saying you will get someone who will help you or who can make the case go away. Is that what you meant there?
Yes.
And when you said will get, do you mean you will get or who will get?
I just said we'll get, I think, us maybe.
Who's us?
Yeah, maybe me, her, Mackenzie, Mr. Mkwanazi, and Van der Veld. We will get someone who can help.
You will jointly get someone who can help to make the case go away. Is
Yeah,
that?
I think, yes.
Thank you, Witness.
Yes, Advocate.
Thank you, Witness K. So in the balance of that page, you exchange some messages with Officer Stolz, but I won't take you through those in detail.
Okay.
If we can go to page 16. If you see the date on the top of that page is cut off, but if you just flip back to the bottom of page 15, do you see that the date is the 16th of May? Is that right?
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. And there's a message at 13:33 from Constable Stolz, and she says, "Hi, Han, Magagula is bugging my attorney for your name and contact number." And you say, "Hi, Ish." You see that?
Yes.
And the next message from her, she says, "This man, he had hidden agendas, I am telling you." And you then say to her, "He wants my names now, question mark." And she says, "And number, yes." So this point, Officer Stolz is informing you that the investigating officer on the matter has requested your name and contact number.
Okay.
Do you know if she ever did give the number to him?
I don't know if Officer Keisha, she gave the number to Makakula. I don't know. I'm not sure.
And has he ever called you, Inspector Magagula?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't call me.
So the final message is there. Officer Stoll says, what I don't understand is why he is still investigating this. He doesn't do JHB unless he is planning something for tomorrow because we're in court tomorrow. And she then says to you, I'm going to have to give him your number. Ish, this man likes arresting us. And your response to her is, okay, dear. She then says to you at the bottom of page 16, I want to first find out if it must be on a statement, because it can't be right, me just giving him your number. You see that?
Yes, I see it.
Thank you. And if I ask you to turn to the final page, which is page 17, there is an excerpt there. There's a screenshot of a document.
Okay.
Are you able to identify that document?
Yes, I can see it.
Do you recognize it? Do you know what that document is?
Yes.
What is it, Witness K?
It's a warning statement again from Keisha Stolz.
So is it the same statement that she had shared with you earlier in the chat, or is this a different one?
It looks like
It
page
should be the
13.
different one.
It looks like page 13 of the other file that we looked at.
Okay.
So if you go to the annexes file,
Yes,
exhibit
I'm going
bundle
there.
on page 13, if you start from the paragraph that says we went to Rosebank subs, it's the next 4 paragraphs of the same document.
Okay, I'll check it now. Okay, we want to use bin subs in front. They going to be okay. 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 Oh, yes, it should be the same thing.
Thank you, Witness K.
I'm here, Advocate.
Thank you. Chairperson, we have no further questions for this witness, unless there's anything further.
Thank you, Ms. Mutlasedi.
Witness K, am I correct that at the time of the incident in February 23rd, 23, you were a JMPD officer, right?
Yes.
And JMPD, you have a code of conduct applicable to JMPD officers, and you also take an oath when you become a JMPD officer, am I correct?
It's true, Commissioner.
As you were doing what you were doing that day with these 4 people, surely you must have known that you are violating the oath and the code of conduct, and you are breaking the law.
It's true, Commissioner.
And in your communication with Keisha Lee Stolz, the upshot of all that communication is that you were asking her to lie in her statement to IPID because you did not want her to say anything to IPID that might implicate you. Is that not so?
It is. And
what became of that statement, do you know? Did you and Kesha Lee Stalls finally agree on what should go to IPID as a final statement?
No, I didn't get the statement of Mackenzie at that time. I only got the statement of Stolz.
Yes, I'm talking about Stalls. Did the two of you eventually agree on her final statement that should be submitted to IPID?
I think she wrote it the way it is, and then she told me that she has sent it, and then she made me to read it like this.
Yes. And was that the last conversation you had on the IPID investigation?
Yes.
And you don't know if a prosecutor was reached or persuaded to make sure that the case goes away, because that was the substance of your discussion with Kesha Lee Stalls, that the DPP will be approached, they've got a person that side who can make the case go away. You're not aware that that was done?
No, I was not aware. I only heard later that they were arrested for some offenses that cited at their area, and they were found with some of the stones in their possession when the arrest took place.
Yes. And then did
So
you... Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so I don't know if they arrested them for the stones in other previous cases, or what was the arrest all about.
Yes.
I only knew later that they were arrested that side.
And then finally, did you manage to get the stones back so that they can be booked in the SAP 13?
No, I did.
What became of
No, I
your
didn't.
discussion with the person that you sold the stones to?
No, I didn't get them back.
Yes, what became of that discussion? How did it end? Did it end with you giving up, or were you still persuading him to give you the stones so that they can be booked?
After their arrest, we didn't communicate after, so I also didn't communicate with the informer this side.
Yes,
I just left everything.
I appreciate that Mackenzie and Kesha Lee Stalls were arrested, but you were now worried about your own fate, because if they were arrested, you might be next. What steps did you take to ensure that the stones are recovered so that at least you cover your back? That's really what I'm getting at.
Oh, no, I didn't do anything, Commissioner.
So you accepted that what will follow will follow. I won't get into the details.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Yes. Witness K, you said in your evidence, and I think in your statement, that, and please correct me if I'm wrong in my recollection of your testimony, you said that you took the stones to Mr. Simon, or to Simon. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he then said he was taking them to his boss to check the quality or what stones they were. Am I correct in remembering your evidence that way?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, you say, what happened with those stones? Did he keep them and give you money? Can you just explain that again? I just want to make sure that I understood.
Okay. He took over the stones on Saturday, and then on Saturday, he took the stones on Saturday. On Sunday, he came back with the agreed amount of 110, and then we shared it equally amongst the five of us.
Okay. Now, we have had evidence from Mr. Magagula that he found stones in the motor vehicle of Mackenzie. You may not be aware of that, but we got that kind of evidence. Now, if what you're saying, if your sequence of what happened with the stones is that you took them to Simon and Simon then came back and gave you money, that doesn't seem to be to accord with stones being found on Mackenzie.
Okay, I think on the day, they didn't hand everything to Mr. Simon. They keep some
You know that?
in the car.
Okay. So you know that.
No, I saw.
What I'm checking with you is what, if anything, do you know about the fact that some stones were found in Mackenzie's motor vehicle, if in fact things happened the way you described them, which is the stones were given to you, you then gave them to Simon, and he gave you money?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
What I'm asking is what do you know about the fact that some stones were found on Mackenzie? On the face of it, it seems to suggest that Mr. Simon was not given all the stones, and yet you say you're the one that gave him the stones. Do you know why Mackenzie or how Mackenzie would have ended up with some stones if they were given to Simon by you?
Okay, I didn't know that they still had some stones in their possession.
Okay. Okay, maybe the answer lies in you got the stones from Mackenzie and Stolz. After they took them in their apartment, they gave them to you.
No, we met at Cyril Dean, and then they gave the stones to Mr. Simon.
I see, so they never gave them to you. They gave them directly
No.
to Mr. Simon from the apartment. They gave them straight to Mr. Simon. The stones never came to you.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
If as alleged, in fact, it's not even a case of being alleged. Everybody knows the stones were taken, and whether it was either robbery or theft by false pretenses. So in the end, it seems that either two or at least one of the thieves then kept some of the stones. Looks like it was a classic case of there being no honor amongst thieves, Witness K. Witness K, you said that you were told by Mr. Simon about these stones, I think you said about 6 months previously, from the time that you eventually told Brigadier Mkwanazi about them. I find it very difficult to believe that you were given this information by someone who wanted to lay their hands on the stones, and you just kept quiet for 6 months. I find it very, very difficult to believe that. Is that true?
Yes, it is true.
And why did you keep quiet for 6 months about the stones?
I was not in the unit where I can participate in such information anymore.
And when you did, were you in that unit? When you eventually did?
No, I was out already.
So the answer you've just given is no answer at all then, because you were able to do something even though you were not in that unit. So you've not answered my question. Why did you not do anything for 6 months? Will you answer, or should I move on? Witness K, will you answer, or should I move on?
Can you move on?
You have said, and I think this was in response to questions by Commissioner Baloyi, that all that Mr. Simon had done on previous occasions was to give you information relating to criminality, and that what the two of you wanted to do was to address the criminality and bring to book whoever had committed criminal wrongdoing. Remember giving that response to Commissioner Baloyi?
Yes, I do.
And you also said to Commissioner Baloyi that Mr. Simon, rather the two of you, had never been involved in deals of this nature. Remember saying that?
Yes, I do.
Can you, or let me ask this first. How close were you to Mr. Simon?
Can you repeat the question?
How close were you to Mr. Simon? How close were you to him?
It was just, if he had information, he will call and check if can I do that information for him, or can I look for other people
So
that
it
who
was,
can do it.
So it was work related. He was your informer, as it were.
Yes.
Period.
Yes.
Nothing else. Nothing more.
Nothing more.
Now, can you tell me how he could suddenly have been so comfortable with you to make the suggestion that he made 6 months previously? Just on what basis could that happen?
It's just that he gave me information and I kept it on myself until I phoned him back.
No.
I found.
Oh, continue. He gave you
Okay,
info?
I think yes, I knew him for a long time, so that even when he gave this information, I didn't pass it to anyone until I spoken to Mr. Mkwanazi. Then he asked me that
That's not
can I
answering.
contact the.
Can you contact who?
Mr. Simon, and check if those stones are there on that flat, and then he can do that information.
That's not
for him.
answering. That's not answering my question. My question is, at the time that Mr. Simon approached you 6 months previously, and approaching you with something different this time around, not just the provision of information for purposes of pursuing criminals. So it's something totally different. He says to you, someone is